got pulled over. I'm like a foot from the church that lets me park there at night. So I'm sure they recognized the car and were like, oh, he's been there for 2 days. So they got me on the headlight. And they asked for title, registration, insurance, whatever. And I gave my license and said that I have an agreement with the owner of the vehicle that I'm paying it off and I'm here to get a job. So, I mean, it's in here somewhere. I could find the insurance somewhere in here. I don't want to be like reaching around the car and stuff. I'm sure they think I'm somebody I'm not, you know. Yeah. She's on the buckhead. Hey.
Alright, here you are. You're all set. You just gotta make sure you get the light fixed. If not, then you can just get stopped again, okay?
Yeah, it's just a fuse. I Randolph High School's gonna fix it for free.
Nice.
They probably let the freshmen take the car apart. Just so you know, I don't do drugs or anything, don't commit crimes. I just, I backpacked for 2 years.
Nice.
And then saved up shoveling and got this car.
There you go.
So,
good for you.
trying to find a job to pay it off. It's been hard because I have a trespassing charge. I don't know if you looked it up and you saw it.
Where's that from?
Just at a college. Like, I was backpacking and then I sat in a field and then they assumed I was an addict or something.
At the Dartmouth College?
No, up in Vermont.
Okay.
I'm just here because Haven's got the shower. So I showered. I'm trying to get a pair of pants. And then I'm going to go to dairy farms and stuff now that they need work. And
there you go.
try to pay it off.
Yeah, no, man, we never had contact with you, so.
All right.
That was my first time meeting you. You're all set.
If you see me, I'm going over to the Hope. You know Hope up here? Mm-hmm. I've already asked him for permission for tonight. Things are cool.
Okay.
So I leave either tonight or in the morning just to go back to get to the dairy farm. Just came here for a shower.
All right. Drive safe, man.
Thanks. Down from where I was trying to go. But I saw, as I'm driving, literally 3 other cars with one headlight out. And then I see the cop, and then she fucking peels out fast to call me over. So I'm doing 20. Okay, right here. I didn't know where it was. And swerving in and looking at me, even if she was like, we never made contact with you. I'm like, no, I know you guys have been scoping out my car for 2 days now. And you were just 2 doors down from where I stay at. Where you see me with the hood on, being very expressive, which can look weird. And, you know, if I watch my content, I'd assume I was doing drugs. So she was very concerned about the buckhead. She kept staring at it, and I was like, yep, I've got a buckhead in my car. She was like, oh, okay. A lot of people assume that my PTSD and autism, with the weird eye contact, she assumes I'm on drugs. I don't like the way that they look at me. I don't have any, I'm articulate, I can speak. There's something that they are expecting me, or like something that I don't understand. So I got pulled over right outside the property because they couldn't go on the property. So they just wanted my license. And now I have my license. Hello, I am from Algeria, and today is the first day of Ramadan. How are you? I don't know what Ramadan is. I thought Ramadan was you're not supposed to eat. Or is that Lent? But I saw a bunch of people posting a bunch of food pictures on Ramadan. I was like, I thought you're supposed to be fasting for Ramadan. Would the world be better if everyone was Muslim? I don't know. Because a lot of Christians don't take it seriously. And Christianity is an African religion. Pagans. A bunch of pagans. Big shot roadmen. A bunch of pagans. It'd be best if everyone had one real one, though. I don't know. We're at a point where we're able to say that we're uncovering the infinite in a bunch of different ways. Yeah, she was cool. There's no smell coming from the place. Clearly saw my notebook right here, my toothbrush and toothpaste and orange juice. She looked in and saw that this is my bedroom. This is Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. And the cop was really concerned about it, but I was like, yep, I got a buckhead in my car. So what? But I had my hand here, just on my lap, and she just kept staring at my hand on my lap. So I just like lifted my hand up, and I was like, okay. A bunch of pagans. So I don't know. It was cool. I said I had an agreement with the owner because I'm paying the car off, and that I have my license, and but it's not registered and insured to me. It's to them, and I knew the person's name and their position and everything, so I think she could see that that wasn't the case. Like, I wasn't out here doing drugs, committing crimes, doing all this garbage. But I assume just because I've had that same car constantly pulling into the church and driving slowly by, but not going onto the church property, when they could easily just, it would be actually better if they pulled into the other way, but they go onto the thing. So what the hell are you gonna do with a deer? I'm hanging out with him, man. He keeps me company, because I pet my deer friend. Casey, that cop just wanted your number. Casey, it was your amazing energy she wanted that drove her to you. You rizzed her up. Your unspoken vehicular riz, man. Crack? Somebody said crack? Here we go again. You're a tough nut to crack. What are you, Jewish? It'll be okay. You're selling a toilet to shit in if anyone is interested? Is it a portable toilet that I can take out in the woods? For my 22nd birthday, for my 23rd birthday, all my family got me for Christmas and my birthday, because I'm a December baby, was a portable toilet to shit out in the woods. No, it's an a la Turca toilet. I don't know what that means. December 20th? No, I'm December 11th. I'm a 33 life path, born on the 11th. Double tap that like button with your nose. Call your grandma and say that Casey needs some cash. Okay, I guess since it's not a full deer, it's okay. Oh, you thought I had a deer carcass. You thought I had a literal entire deer carcass just dead, and that this thing was connected to it. KCO99. Thanks, Heather. Hit that like button with your nose. Call your grandma and tell her you're a colonizer. Oh no. The outdoors. With that light. I don't know what it is, man. It's just in a tree. It's just a light in a tree that comes on it sometimes. So you use your nose or tap the screen too. Your other hand is busy. I'm assuming their other hands are busy. What else do adult men go scroll on fucking YouTube Live for other than to talk to women? I can see how that makes sense to think it was a full carcass. I'm not that rich. I'm actually not rich at all. I have $0 actually. I have $0 across the board except for a $25 gift card for a gas station 200 miles west. Your favorite color is 3 colors? What are you, greedy? Your favorite color is blue, pink, and red? That's a weird thing to... I've never had that. I can't be looking at the vehicles driving by looking like a nut job. Or they're going to pull in and they're going to be concerned. Oh, okay. That's starting to make sense that the cop was confused. Because it does look like there's a potential to have an entire deer carcass in the back. I bet she was like, what the fuck? I said I have a bug head. I'm understanding more of where she was coming from, where she pulled over a random dude with the Native American stuff here, and then the first thing she sees, and I'm staring at her like, and the first thing she sees is behind my head, there's an entire buck head, but it's covered by blankets. So there could have been a deer back there, and she'd have no idea. Hi from USA, Israel. I'm on Johnson Street right now. Ain't that crazy? Smoke. Where is it? It's right here. Pop Smoke. And now his kid is a Kid Smoke. Vapor. Pop Smoke and Vapor. See you later, haters. Casey, have you ever watched Tommy Boy? Nope. You ever watch Marty Supreme? I haven't either. You ever watch Power? I haven't seen. I watched a couple episodes. Power was boring as fuck. I hated Power, man. But my girlfriend liked Tommy from Power a lot. Can you roll a joint? I can, but I'm not going to. I don't have any weed either, and I haven't smoked weed in years. I used to just outsource. I would just make the girls roll the joint. I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't very good at rolling. I'd have the girls do it. Because I would smoke weed again and I would maybe try drugs if I was buff and I had like at least $2,000 in savings. If you don't have at least like a couple grand in savings and you're like weak, skinny fat with like injuries, weed and drugs are pointless. There's no fun. I'd rather, if I were to do drugs, it would already be when I'm living a life of like adventuring and having a social life with friends and like going to movies and shit. Every single other time I've ever smoked weed, everyone with me just gets extremely power gamey and like energy harvesting and like extremely quiet and playing these dumb power games consciously for sexual energy. And I just get more and more realizations of how shitty humans are. And then I realize I'm an alien. And then I start talking to aliens. Like, they'll say, I'll hear like an alien go, look over there. And then I'll look over there and there's a light doing Morse code. Boop, 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 boop. And I'm like, I don't understand Morse code. And then I hear, well, maybe you should learn it. And then I'll see the thing from Stranger Things where Will communicates, even though he's possessed by the Mind Flayer, he communicates through Morse code to everybody. Because something else has hijacked his consciousness and is monitoring everything he says and sees. So he, over here, does the Morse code to communicate with everybody so they know what's really happening. So that the thing doesn't know. That's stuff that happens when I smoke weed. It's like I'll look up and be like, feel extremely connected to the universe, and then I'll feel like I can feel this expansive infinite, but I feel like just right there I can't expand that way. What is that? And they're like, are you ready? And I'm like, yeah. And then the clouds start opening into a perfect circle, and I feel pulled upwards in the mist, and I'm like, oh, I'm not doing this shit. No, 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 you show me yourself a different way, please. No, I'm not getting abducted. And then I started seeing like silhouettes of light behind trees that would like put their head out behind a tree and wave a hand made completely of light. Yeah, that's the only way I would do drugs, is if I was buff. Like, a lot of life sucks. Because even if you do drugs, I only like light, like, I would only want to smoke weed around a girl that I knew was like completely 100% committed, that didn't talk to anybody on her phone, didn't flirt with the guys at work, and was just like a real one. Like someone that's down for me. Then I would smoke weed, because then the energy would get really crazy and really cool. But usually when I would smoke weed around girls, I would just realize that they're like completely possessed by like these dark entities, and I can see the energy being sent from them to all of the different guys that they're talking to. And they're like, they've become like this disgusting overgrowth of the will and egos of everybody. And they just like live in the management of those things. That's why they're constantly perpetuating drama and bullshit. So when I smoke weed, I can see that that thing hiding in that mess is always trying to get me into their network. And I'm like, and then I start to like really understand and feel the energy of the other attachments, because they're like crawling over onto me. And then all of a sudden, like my phone, my first suggested friend on my phone is the guy on the that I felt was coming from her energy. That guy's now like my first suggested friend. And then I would see like a portal opening up to the upper floor, and I would see that there was a guy up there that was really obsessed with me and really had a crush on me and liked me. And then he would just come downstairs and like stand in the hallway, like knowing that I had finally woken up, and he was like older and really wanted to sleep with me. And I was like stuck there now feeling that, and I'm like, no, no, no. But then he said he was like a magician, so he's trying to fucking keep it going, and he's like, you know, twitching in the fucking hallway. And then my girlfriend is just sitting there like completely gone. Like she's not even there, like just like an empty vessel at that point. And I'm trying to keep this guy from stealing my life force energy, and I can feel him. He's doing like black magic. My friends would say that they saw him projecting into their consciousness while they were asleep, and they didn't even know who he was. And I'm like, why am I being the first time I'm ready to smoke weed, I'm being spiritually groomed. We've been trying to reach you regarding your vehicle's extended warranties. This is a good time to talk. No, call back in 2 years. Damn, you actually seem tapped in. Yeah, I'm a 33 life path, born in the 11th. Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Pluto in the 8th house, Aquarius, Moon, Mars, Neptune, and Uranus in the 10th house, Taurus rising, which puts my Leo in my north node. Saturn in Taurus, 1st house. Venus in Scorpio, 7th house. Jupiter, Aries, 12th house. So I'm just a Sagittarius, Aquarius. And then the Taurus rising gives me those 4 other placements. I'm just a traveling philosopher in the underworld, constantly growing and expanding the best system possible from Jupiter's influence. And then my isolated life is completely disassociated in the highest vibrational space, processing everything logically. And my name means acacia, the tree of life, that no matter how many times you cut it down, it's incorruptible and it always grows back with the purest essence. And then my last name means exalted, placed away on a hill with authority. Aquarius, Moon, 10th house. So my name and my astrology and my numerology mean the exact same thing, just a traveling, purest essence possible, incorruptible, tree of life, divine child, forced through extreme circumstances to become a king. Blocking the channel, you're too weird. This person's full of shit. You've been here a while, Octa 8. What's your birthday, Octa 8? We'll do a numerology reading and tell me if it's bullshit. Jesus is king. Well, his name wasn't even Jesus. It was Yeshua HaMashiach, right? And what I'm saying is, We don't know how he turned water into wine, but we know that when he gave the wine to the servants, they brought it to the guy who ran the party. And it says that the guy who ran the party never knew how the wine got there, but the servants did. It never says that Jesus didn't just like have a flask under his thing. And his mom was like, "Can you go get the wine from your secret stash?" And he was like, "Really? Oh, fine." And the best magicians in the world have this, their main act is where you think that they died, but really they went into a secret compartment and escaped. And I'm like, if God is really talking to you, God can just say, "Hey, tell your disciples to dig a tunnel under this specific tomb and then have one of your guys become a guard this exact way." So that when you're strung up on the cross, they could take you down and replace it, and you become the perfect thing, the perfect representation of a sinless life for the rest of the age of Pisces. And it's 33 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It's 33 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Who's to say that he didn't just go off and live a beautiful life in Ireland with his wife Sophia? September 10th, 1992. I was waiting for Octa 8. No, I'm not a homosexual. I used to be a sex addict. The only thing I liked in life was women. I love taking them on adventures and uncovering more about it. And I have all these 8th house placements, man. Trust me. But then trauma really fucked me up in a lot of ways, which is why my voice is like this. Are you from Ireland? My blood is. I was trying to get Octa 8, June 88th. June 88. You gotta do your whole birthday, fam. But, I mean, already, your name's Octa. With the 2 8s. So even when you're trying not to do it, you end up having something that ties together the 2 8s. June 13th. So I'm assuming it's probably not your birthday and you're given another one just to see what I say. But if that's true, June 13th, you're a Gemini. If you're 1988, I would see if that's the year of the monkey first to be like, okay, that's where the ape came from. But June 13th, you're a Gemini 4, 1988, so 6, 7, 10, 11, 20, 28, 36, right? And we're gonna have to do it again to make sure. So June is the 6th month. 6, 7, 10, 11, 20, 28, 36. So you're a 9, 4 Gemini. 9s are their first incarnation on Earth. 9s feel like everybody thinks that you're this superior God, this amazing thing, but no, it's just because you haven't had the suffering that the world usually does to souls. So you seem like you're all powerful, whatever, in this super master manifester, but it's just because you have more of that childlike innocence. So life is usually this test of your childish nature in a hard circumstance, which usually drives you to philanthropy, where you try to devote your life to helping others in some way, because the suffering gets to you unless you succumb to it. Gemini is a masculine sign. The river of truth runs through Sagittarius and Gemini, so you always had this feeling like there was something you knew naturally that other people didn't, like you had this stern competence and wisdom inside that you didn't really know how to express, but when you were around other people, they felt like children compared to you. I always say that when I talk like this and I do the numerology readings, there's always a stark contrast. So the Gemini 4 mixed with the childish 9, it's a fun loving thing. The 4 just means that you tend to be meticulous in your management of things around. It does become a my way or the highway, where you sort of people will tell you have OCD, the way that you like to manage things and nitpick things. The Gemini brings that more into social settings, where you tend to nitpick your friends. Instead of seeing, a lot of Geminis see life like a big library, and every person they meet is just like opening a book and just understanding so much more and adding that intellectualness and sort of philosophy, but more just like theosophy, like theories and stuff like this, about social stuff. Like the best pickup artists I know are Geminis. That 4 comes in because your everyday life, people assume that you're stern. People would assume you have OCD. You'll probably be trapped between the curiosity to uncover more about people and the incessant need to know that you know everything about those people and be micromanaging things. You work very well when you have a position that allows you to organize and restructure things, dealing with social stuff, like an HR department or like in a crew at a restaurant, but you're the person that everybody seems to gravitate, or the one that people always talk to. In relationships, it can be very hard because you feel like you have this competence in this older soul energy, even if it's not accurate. You're not an older soul, but you feel that way because of the connection to truth that makes you feel like the sort of older soul around people, and that can make you try to sneak in and try to get away with things. Like Geminis are flirts. Like even if they're in a relationship, they know if they know they can get away with practicing more social games, they go for it and they do it, not really caring about the other, whose expense it's at. Then I think you probably took a lot of, when social media first came out, something that was very fun to you was the image of social media and the character that you could create. And you probably, if you, I mean, you're not younger, you're 88, so I wouldn't say that you had a lot of people on your Snapchat. But back in the day, maybe you were somebody that like you had a, when the idea of a party came to you, it was more heightened and more like it got you more excited than other people thinking about social events. The only other thing is that when you find these specific themes and motifs, usually people can find parts of their life that are the exact opposite, because it seemed like the world ruled by Saturn tends to force you into the opposite way, so that you have to learn discipline and mastery to actually show that you're your true self. Like a lot of Geminis say that they're introverts, but really what it was some type of trauma from childhood that made them not want to express themselves socially, so they reclused into books. So they became very heavy readers, very heavy art enjoyers, when really they felt this yearning. Instead of like looking at all the characters in the shows, they wanted to be a character in many different movies. The 4 is just law and order. It's just like OCD management stuff. It's just meticulously asserting your will to micromanage things and keep things your way, which can be really tough for other people to be around. But it usually is what you attribute your success to, is that routine, meticulous way of dealing with whatever you choose to put that towards, like a job or a passion or a business. But you're an air sign sun element, which means that your experience more is this not expansive, vivid, watery fire or anything. It's just the air. Just like how, like when the snow melts and there's extra water added to the air, it makes everything shine brighter because of the molecules in the air. But then when the water goes away, the air is stale. But without the air, there'd be nothing. So the air is this balancing, light, but not light like, but like light, like weight-wise, light. And Gemini, Libras have more of the balance inside, and Aquarius have more of the like Libras are more of an inhale, Aquarius are more of the exhale of the air, Geminis are the enjoyment of the inhales and exhales with the social situations. Drama might be like second nature for you, or at least it was for a long time. Or if you went to the opposite, then you absolutely hate drama because of how much you experienced it in a negative way. Like you might completely ignore relationships and drama, but really that was a calling because that's where your gifts will sort of funnel towards. It will constantly be churning towards that socialite thing with your everyday life. So the advice I would give is to learn the breathing techniques and learn the mastery of allowing yourself to expand into the room with other people, but not seeing it as a way that's giving you more power and competence and fueling your ego, but more in a way that allows everybody to be more comfortable, and then sort of sitting there and enjoying how the comfort that you created by manipulating the air and the space allowed for people to express their true self, instead of accidentally filling everybody up with your information, your theories, your social stuff, your character creation that can accidentally inhabit empty vessels. And that's how to learn how to hold the air but leave it unbiased, so that the infinite potential of that air is able to be breathable by the people around you, and not accidentally sort of spread the air, like using your consciousness as an airborne virus through social situations and then trying to micromanage all of them. I would say allowing yourself to be a place of comfort for people to be themselves, and then you become the air pressure in the room. And that's what I see from Geminis a lot. Social games. Until they learn how to make the space unbiased and naturally emanate the ability to become protective bubbles for people to heal inside. You're a dragon year. Okay. Dragon years they're considered the most powerful of the zodiac because of the wisdom and cunningness that comes with it. The problem with dragons is they're, like they say about hoarding the gold, where dragons tend to perch themselves in places and grow their power and influence and extend their will into places, and that's not healthy for dragons, because it is always at their detriment, because they often, spirit will not let them get that power, and Saturn, they never get the mastery necessary for it, so they end up just being perceived as overachieving narcissists striving for power, because their inner world, that inner feeling of power, never matches with the outside world, so they're always trying to line it up. And to do that, they usually do it at other people's expenses, which is why they value the dragon now when the world is about accumulation of resources. That's why they want kids to be dragons, because they know that that kid will accumulate a lot of resources, because they're constantly striving to feel this sense of power they feel they deserve and is innate to them, but the world won't allow them to emanate that power. Dragons also manage a lot of karma all at once. So healed dragons tend to make the world a better place. Bad dragons tend to accidentally be the punishment for people, and they think that they're just like having fun and doing their own thing, but they don't realize that they're accidentally leading their friends into their own doom, because that's divine justice. Dragons they're managers, they're mediators, they can be leaders. The dragon does change things, so the 9 life path with all this and all the things that I'm talking about with the Gemini and the social situations. The only thing that the dragon adds is that the way that the people perceive you would be less coveting a precious gem and would be more they probably don't express themselves to you as much as you feel like they should, because they now the super focus that you have and the competency that comes with the dragon sign is intimidating to people. So then I would say that you'd probably end up being more as like the head server of a restaurant rather than the love bug at the Five Guys that everybody vents to. And you go around hugging everybody. You become more of like the reliable person. But your life will, like if you were to zoom out from your life and look in on it, you would see that it was a lot of moments of you feeling like the world were taking things too serious and that nobody was having as much fun as possible, and you sort of strove to make that pocket of air around you. You might, now that you're what, you are 22 plus 26, 28, you're now 48. So I would say the best thing you can do is get off social media, because it's going to really draw you in. Like the idea of a Facebook group is really alluring to you probably, and you would have value to offer to those things, but though that horde of Facebook addicted zombies are going to their doom. It's all just to keep them in a heroin addiction, driving them further into hell and wasting their life. You're not going to be able to heal those people, even if you make funny jokes or whatever. It would be better to get yourself into a restaurant space or a volunteer thing at like a community program, something that where the comment section becomes the park basically, and a lot of different people, like homeless shelters and stuff. Or if you don't want homeless shelters, in retirement communities, or something where you know that your actions have value and you're able to express your intellectual side. Like might be a writer. You might be a writer. Are you a writer? Because that's coming to me right now, is that something to do with writing and maybe posting it on Reddit or something, a lot of the stories that you have, some space like that. But there has to be, if you haven't gotten to, at this point in your life, if you haven't gotten to the social stuff and realizing that you're meant to be a socialite, this would be the year to go out and do it, because the world would be extremely, like, for the next year, things are going to be very crazy. Egos are going to be out of control, and they're going to be constantly battling each other for power. And having a space where people can not have to deal with that bullshit because you will be fun, and creating opportunities for people to have fun will make those things less serious, because the world is going to feel the Aries versus the Capricorn constantly going back and then coalescing into this boom 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 of the horse, bringing them to the space. Whether it's a restaurant or a book club or a library or an event, something that it'll bring a lightheartedness to the games, and they will get less violent and more social. Maybe have a podcast where people do political debates, and then you're just there having fun. But I'm seeing more like, I see you enjoying yourself at a lake somewhere. I don't know if you have a lake near your house or you plan on going kayaking this year, but there's a lake out there, and people are going to be hanging out and having fun, and they're not going to be talking to each other. And you'd have the opportunity to set up, maybe put like a food truck or something out there, and then hire somebody that has a passion for cooking, and then you can use your meticulous sort of management skills to make that work, and then you can just walk around the food truck hanging out with people while your employee puts the food out, and then invite people to events and go to different events. You'll find that your significant other will usually be like, when you look back at the person who was probably the best for you out of everybody, the person who understood you the most would probably be a Sagittarius. But it never worked out because the Sagittarius had to go somewhere else, and keeping you in the relationship with them was hindering them, and you wanted to go with them, but they hadn't mastered their independence yet, and they hadn't built themselves up into the tree where there was already a space that they had, like they didn't have land or something, and they weren't able, so their constant adventuring thing really kept the commitment from happening. And maybe you were talking to a bunch of people on your phone or whatever, or you were too involved with the people at your restaurant job. I don't know why that's coming up. But that's what I would say. Casket Keeper says, let's hear the excuse why you didn't call the FedEx one the other day. What do you mean? Why don't you ask me what happened with it? It's none of your business, to be honest. What the fuck is wrong with you? Thanks, Heather. Not powerful, physically fucked up, and I've been around the world and seen a lot in my life. Is fairly easy. I just hate on people. Casket Keeper is just an addict. You do have OCD, though. You used to be extremely clean all the time. You had this meticulous need to manage, to micromanage, because you need it to be orderly. And that would help. That probably helped you really well with your business or whatever you did to make enough money to travel the world. Or in the chaos of the traveling the world, you were able to manage your everyday experience so that it didn't get extremely detrimental to you and you felt trapped and lost in chaos. You were able to constantly breathe and organize the breathing of the air element to continuously pump out your narrative to keep you going so that you can enjoy it. Okay. So now we have a Gemini 11 named Christian, 1981. The difference between 11 and the other ones is like Joe Rogan's an 11, Aiden Ross is an 11, Alex Jones is an 11, and I'm an 11. So if you were to ever pick up podcasting, it would change your whole life, because you have this visionary ideal all the time where you're trying to make something exponentially greater than what's around you. And in that you remember a lot of ancient wisdom from past lives in your everyday life. You have this elementless balance that channels through your sun sign of Gemini. So you have the same masculine truth that Gemini has, but the 11 takes everything to a more serious level until you master it, and then your expression becomes a better, more fun way, because you've gotten over that hump of the seriousness, but things will often feel very overwhelming for you. So you might not really see the same people, like the same social situations that you're always in, that where you see all the people and you're in this very back and forth dynamic between a lot of different people socializing. You would tend to take it a bit too far with like how important the moment was, so that you weren't able to have as much fun. But I think you would notice that everything you did, every moment of your life, tends to lead people to a better experience, because it gets bigger. More of a student of life, less of an adventurer. 1981 though, so that's 5. Oh no, you're not a Gemini. Hold on, you're a Taurus. Okay, that changes things. You're a Taurus. Okay, hold on. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 17, 25, 26, you're an 8. You're an 11, which usually you'll see 11s and 8s. 11, 8 life path, Taurus. So that's not the socialite at all. You have something. Okay, so you need to have a plot of land or a farm or a homestead or somewhere that has a strong connection with nature to go off of. The 8 life path shows that you've mastered things many times in other lifetimes, because 8 is mastery over a lot of lives, but the 11 life path is the huge overwhelming collective consciousness shift of your life. The 8 is just showing off the things that you learn with the 11 energy. So you don't have the extreme responsibility of changing the entire world, but you are an older soul that went through a lot of shit. Taurus is also, you'll find, Taurus is the strongest connection to the past lives. The Sagittarius just is the mastery of that, where you have the past lives, but instead of living in your ancient wisdom, you're now taking your ancient wisdom in Sagittarius and making something that destroys the bad with the Sagittarius. In everlasting, constant revival of fun as the Firebird. This bum 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 like Kai Cenat, bum bum, hey, you know, going for hours. Taurus is the mellow side of that, without the fire element, just the earth, the balance, the sweetness, the sensitivity. The problem is that it's your way or the highway, the stubbornness. You often don't make any progress because it has to be your way and it has to grow slowly. And everyone around you is like, but if you hit, like every time I meet a Taurus, I'm like, all they have to do is get in the gym and their life would be so much more. But they're like afraid of the gym because this progressive sense with that contrast from the world trying to stop you from your growth over consistency purpose makes people afraid to work out every day, but they often, that everyday growth channels into something. So you have something you do every day that you have a passion for, making something slowly, growing slowly from what you're sort of bringing from your ancient wisdom from past. I wouldn't say, I only say ancient because of the 11. I don't know how old you would be, but 11s and 22s are indicative of somebody who's been on the earth for a long time. So the Taurus is just giving you access to the underground, all the past lives and stuff. That's why people often call Tauruses dark. And then without the confidence, that's why they call them pessimistic weirdos, because they don't have the confidence to fully house what they naturally feel of this darkness. But it's not darkness that's bad. It's not darkness that's at the detriment of others. It's not a black hole constantly consuming everything. It's the darkness sort of like how, like a tree at night, basically. Like something that's been through a lot and has a natural understanding of everything that has come from before. Taurus is going into your roots, whereas Capricorn is building from it. And Virgo is like, so I would say that Capricorn, I mean, earth signs deal with society. So Taurus is just nature. Virgo is using nature to organize the space. And then Capricorn is, once you have that down, now you're building an empire from it, from the resources you accumulated from Taurus and the skills you've mastered and learned the tools from Virgo. And then Capricorn is dealing with like politics and all that bullshit. So Taurus is just that sweet Venusian connection to the underworld and nature. And you know, like this spring, I think it would be extremely important for you to go camping before the snow melts and then be out there consistently so you can stay there overnight and experience the snow melting, experience the plants waking up, experience the birds waking up, and then walk around while it's very fresh out and like just clean up a forest space for the rest of the year is really important for you. And the 11 means that if you chose to do podcasting, it would go extremely well. Like Joe Rogan, Aiden Ross, Alex Jones. 11s always go into some type of expressing their what their ancient stuff, and then their sun sign is just how. So having a podcast outside where you're developing like a homestead or building something outside, or like having animals and stuff, and then but having an everyday podcast where you bring people to your place and you hang out and you're there and that's your space, that I think that would really take you off whatever you're trying to do in life. I don't know what year the 81 is. My dad was 56 and he was a monkey, and I don't know the cycles that well. But that's also important. Whatever, like I'm a cat, rabbit, whatever that is ties in. And then your full name you'll usually find, like, I mean, Christian, If your name is Christian, I don't know if it's a reach to talk about that the Bible is pretty much talking about the same thing. Humility, growth over consistency, understanding the ancient wisdom and applying it simply every day, working with your hands. Isn't that like the biggest Christian way of life, is to work with your hands outside and don't worry about all that other stuff, and this slow growth ties in a more foundational Christian, and not the, like, if you were a Sagittarius or Capricorn, I would bring the Christian into the sense of like the divine justice and bringing it towards other people. But the Christian with the Taurus makes it seem more intrinsic. It's very heavily, I would say, move out of the trailer park and move into a campground, buy a campsite and develop something cool out there. I think you'd really enjoy a camper on a campsite more than you'd enjoy a trailer in all these people. Like eliminating the people from your life that are just around you all day, not like your family, but like your neighbors, and replacing it with birds and deer and animals will really start to get you back into the way that you're supposed to be walking around in the forest. And the 11 is just this vision, this high visionary thing where you have these big dreams, and it does deal with the collective consciousness. It is indicative of the eighth life path. Is just showing you mastered a lot of things in other lives, and this life path is just expressing it without the serious responsibility and the overwhelming energies of like the greater sense of the 11, the magnitude of the 11, 22, 33. You just have the skills. Like a lot of eight life paths I know are like really talented singers and musicians, really good carpenters. Like they've learned a lot of stuff, and their life is just showing it off to people and enjoying the fruits of their labor. But the 11, definitely, I would try podcasting. I would try content creation. Even if it's just for like 6 months, I think you'll find it's extremely fulfilling, and it guides you more towards what you'll understand what your purpose is. You're on shrooms right now, light looks insane on your face. Wait till you find out we're on a TV show, and there are spirits in the electromagnetic spectrum that are all around us. And that most of our impulses are the dead. And then when you start to just create, you'll get a chance. When you start to create, there will be this accidental overwhelming of spirit because of the love of your ancestors. And when you can shed away your pride and you can disillusion everything and come to a higher awareness around you and just be hyper vigilant of the changes around you, you'll start to be able to see the changes in the electromagnetic spectrum where those invisible beings are, depending on your sun, Mercury, Venus. And if you have any Aquarius placements, you hated all social media. I have to scroll down. I'm going to be skipping a lot of this, but I'm assuming that a lot of it, full circle and contradiction, absolute cinema. I watch Queso too, man. So wait, me farting in a small room full of people is not okay. No. Hey, do you have a backup phone? Nope. Are you a Discord mod, bro? I used to be a Telegram mod for meme coins. Oh, as soon as I'm vlogging the channel, I get this fucking treatment for 30 minutes. Octave, you asked him to do a reading on your B-Day. Why are you acting like it's random? Blah, 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 blah. Necromancy, you make this stuff up? No, I don't. People have been trying to figure out what's happening on the planet for thousands and thousands of years, so I just try to look into the common denominator between all the different theosophies to find out what they were seeing, why they were seeing it, and what's the common denominator between them all to show a common truth, because that's what all these branching out, like the Celtic knots and all these different schools of fish trying to uncover the same thing. Now we're at a point where it's all growing back together and going back to the ultimate truth of revelations when they all come together, and you'll realize the real truth of the situation. So I say that as you were created, you were left hints in your name. That's undisputable, your name and how it ties into your numerology, astrology, and Bazi. I call it the tree of grace. The tree of life, acacia, the acacia way. Your name is Misty, and you're 43 years old. Your birthday is May 11th. Misty's pretty cool. Because I was talking about how you need to go into when the snow melts. To re-understand the freshness. I might have went tired. I'll do another one. You're 33, born September 10th, 1932. Your name is Harrison. A Virgo 10. Seven, 8, 9, 18, 27. Let's make sure that's right. September is the 7th month, right? No, it's the 9th month. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 20, 29, 31. You'll find a lot of Virgo 4s. Because Virgo is I was talking about how Virgo is the meticulous. They've just mastered self, so they have that stern sense of self. Grounded. And the 4 enhances. Virgos are Sagittarius without the momentum and the fire. So Sagittarius are like Virgos, but they're extremely rambunctious, I guess, rampaging, taking it and going the distance with it. Instead of Earth, it's fire, and always going, but it's still the same sort of foundational assertion of your skills. Virgos love organized space. They love putting everything together into bodies of work. They love building something from nothing. They love taking everything that's available already, because it's been grown from Taurus. They like taking what's already grown and then making it organized and making it better, and then using their skills there. The 10 is like the one. It's argumentative and forward moving, my way or the highway, but the 10 adds this sense of leadership where people look to you as somebody that's competent, independent, and usually becomes sort of like not the king, but the somebody who you know, if they're there, there's a good sense of like less chaos going around, that you've got things under control, but not under your control. Just like you're trustworthy to make sure that things don't all go awry. The 4 life path is different than the 4 energy. Like the 4 day, the 4 life path still deals with managing, micromanaging, OCD, organizing, making sure things are orderly. But that's the general sense of your life from a bird's eye view rather than your everyday experience. So you'll find that whatever you did in life tend to have driven a lot of things back into order and managed it. Like your job could be making sure that a system stays working, making sure that a business stays operational, making sure that a community stays together, and that all these different moving parts are able to continue going. It's very mechanical. Harrison, I don't know what Harris means. I know that Dexter's son's name was Harrison Morgan, but that's pretty much all I know about that. But basically, like people that study this stuff for their whole lives and make something of it. Harry Potter's a school that teaches you about this. Hermione's a Virgo. Hermione's a good representation of Virgo. Where they can only do... The only reason that any of those people in Harry Potter could have done anything is because Hermione always knew what was going on and had the tool to make it happen. Hermione used a tool and used her wisdom from all the stuff that she learned in order to put everybody back on the right track. That's what it is. What up, Dallas? We're doing life path readings. And if you'd like to help me get gas or fix my wheel bearings, my Cash App and all of my different stuff is in the channel bio. But the problem with Virgo is they don't take enough risks in life. Virgos seem to their meticulous intellectualism is able to be expressed in very things people would assume is very like they can make a lot of quality art. They'd be good rappers, but they never get the passion of the thing to really express it further because they get trapped. So that people think their voices sound like, I don't like this. They're always kind of like this instead of like the really deep, vivid stuff. So for Virgos, I would say you need a gym membership or a gym at your house. You need to learn how to push yourself past the meticulous control you've put into your everyday life where you are micromanaging yourself. You need to learn how to break free from that and be more of a momentous alchemizer with it so that you become sort of like the chariot going to battle instead of like the wizard kind of like the hermit. And that's cool because in tarot, Virgo is the hermit. So learning how to get past the hermit to force yourself back out of your isolation to go do things. That's important. Taking risks and chances and learning more and more about how to utilize your knowledge that you've uncovered in real time instead of just putting it all into bodies of work. Instead of just taking everything you're learning and putting it into some like manuscript or practice or something, whether you're like out in the woods cutting with like a chainsaw carving or whatever, being able to like take that and bring it to the people is very important, or else you'll live a life of isolation. Even if you are in a social setting or in a city, you'll live your whole life in isolation as the hermit. Even if you're surrounded by people, your insides are a hermit and you're constantly meticulously controlling yourself. Learning how to break free from that is really important for Virgos. And you're a 10, so when you go out and do that, I'm seeing like 10s are very, like my dad wasn't a manager at a ski resort. He's a Leo 10. My dad wasn't the manager at the ski resort, but he was the guy that people gravitated around. Like women gravitated around him. He got a lot of rich people that were interested in his work, and he had this level of competency. So whatever you do, you'll be respected for it because I know that you've got it down and you take it serious. And then adding the 4 life path to it, really it's really indicative of somebody that's very like rigid, really kind of stuck in place. And I would say that in order to really value that and not have it as a prison, you need to spend a while going on these grand adventures where you let it all go, so that with that sense of freedom and peace that comes from that, you can return from your hero's journey and that passionate excitement living from the memories of what you learn on your adventure will energize the work that you're doing already, which will allow it to take to the next level and open up the top of this control you're putting yourself in, so that you have this freedom of just freedom where anything could be anything. It doesn't matter. Just like leaving it open to anything. And that will open up your environment and space into allowing for more unique individuality in your creation. Smash that like button with your nose. Tell your grandma Casey needs some money. If she needs some good karma because her great granddaddy owned a slave or something. We're just hanging out. If I had a business, I'd have a Leo. If I had a food truck, I'd have a Leo Cancer cooking. I'd have a Gemini Virgo. I'd have a Virgo as the accountant. And I'd have a Gemini at the front counter. And I guarantee you, when I spend time traveling, I always find that the person at the gas station is a Leo, and the person at the counter at the restaurant is a Gemini. And the person who manages that business, not as a manager, but as the one who's responsible for making sure it operates at a functional level, not at a social level or a monetary level, but the numbers guy is usually Virgo or 4. Yeah, Virgos are very clean and soft-spoken, organized, and then the soft-spokenness comes from their lack of expression because of their meticulous control over their everyday experience. Which is why I always, when I go back to Heather's house, I'm always thinking about there needs to be a gym there. There needs to be a bench press and a squat rack and a mat to stretch so that they can watch the YouTube videos on how to work out and train and then get into the training every day. Because for Hayden, it would make him more expressive. For Ben, it would help him learn that consistent growth. And for Brian, it would be able to alchemize into confidence, which will bring out the noble traits of Capricorn. And it is fundamental for their life, which will revolve around managing their own independent business. Hayden works out every day. Little Spees, what's your birthday, man? I'll do a reading on you. You appreciate the reading, I'm overwhelmed. That was just so true. Hell yeah, man. It's 11 o'clock on my clock. It's 9/11. Casey for President 2028. I wish, man. I think I have to build something new, and it has to do with homeless people. I've got like an army of homeless people that don't know that I'm the leader. And I'm not trying to be the leader. I just see where they're at, and I'm like I'm literally the tree of life. So when I'm sitting here out in the woods, I can like go through like the tunnels from Stranger Things, and I'll see the person sleeping on the ground, and I don't know them exactly, but I can see them, and I can feel where they're at. I can see the demonic presences. Usually I'm constantly attacked by something I don't understand, so I can't get there, but sometimes I can get there, and then I'll see exactly where they're at, and then I just really like to come up with solutions for it, because I can see where they're at, and I know what will honor them the most. I know that when you're on the ground like that, suffering and alone, taking you from that and putting you somewhere else, like in a box in an institution, destroys that, and it completely changes your life, and then all of that feels like a waste. But where they're at, if you can allow them to get up and go make something, like allow them to go make their own custom modular wagon, so that now they can take it with them. Now they have a sense of honor and pride towards that, so every day their experience gets better, and they have that glory around it, which gives them the wisdom of the grounding and what nature has taught them, but allows them to have the boundary against the suffering, so that they become a constant factory of the natural way. And then just allowing them to have a space to put it that's safe, and then allowing them to not have a lot of stuff in storage, and then slowly work when they're ready to transition that into a vehicle where they can put it in the back of the car, and then once they've mastered how to hold that so it's not a way, they're going from the ground to the ground to the ground, but they've improved their means of travel. And then from there, because they stayed on the earth the whole time, they stayed in connection with the earth. Once it's unable to be severed, or there's just less things that keep you from the severance, that point, it won't matter that you have a space or a piece of land or a home. You will just go from the earth to the earth somewhere else. And if you decide to set up a cool place in that earth that you end up at, if you get that piece of land, then. But if you just uproot them and place them, they're not going to feel this sense of mastery over it. You're not honoring them, you're punishing them, and you're making this big gap in their growth. So I'm trying to do that. You're going to become homeless so you can join the army. Hey man, you can't be gang unless you've been through homelessness. What's a mouse to a Doberman, dragon, or polar bear? I'm from somewhere. Your mama wouldn't let you go over there. Don't pretend that you know shit. Sit down and let me overshare. I was on the ground, cold and homeless. I had to learn to get up and go and get it on my own. I ain't had no one on my phone. Shit, I ain't even had a coat. I just got up and did the most. That's how you grow. Bitch, you was asking mom for money. I was hopping over fences in the trenches trying to hunt a buck. I won't lie, that shit was dumb as fuck, but I got up and I got it done. I don't give a fuck about the who's who. All you pussies mad just because she won't choose you. I'm on Mount Olympus shooting lightning like I'm Zeus. I'm the problem and the proof. I tell your pastor what to do. I just designed a stage for crickets, chickens, kale, and spinach. Solar in a coup. I got soldiers waiting for the signal here to Honolulu. I'm a big body buttonheads with moose, and don't get it misconstrued. I know exactly what the truth is. I'm just tiptoeing through these truces until I'm tall enough to lift up all the youth. And if I fail, I might just build a zoo. Thanks, man. I'm so used to the hate. I don't like it. But yeah, there's a lot of honor in leaving the world behind and going out and laying on the ground in the woods. It's a lot more than anyone realizes, because they literally can't understand what's out there until you're out there. And it's literally taken and destroyed everything that you were before, so that you grow in tandem, in connection with nature. And then you slowly grow back and inherit the stuff you thought you lost, once you have the foundational growth and understanding from that life. And then you have something that can't be taken from you. And you'll have I have this natural feeling. I can tell when the trees are thirsty, and I'll know like the trees are emanating this high stale pitch. And then usually the clouds, within a week, the rain will come directly to those trees and will give the trees, sort of like the tree is calling out with like a magnet, and it's pulling the cloud towards it, and the cloud understands because it's all one organism. It's like, how do your cells know what needs to be healed? How does, like, let's say one leg is less hydrated than the other. How is there an even hydration system in your body when I'm taking in fluid and that goes into my stomach, and somehow the hydration gets all the way to my toes evenly through something that looks like a tree, our nervous system. So all these nervous systems for the planet, just like it's like the sky is like or the clouds are like organisms delivering the resources to the nervous system so that the entire body itself can function. You lived in Colorado, you were better than a therapist. I'd pay to sit down. Well, I have a Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, GoFundMe. I've got a chime. I'm trying to get $100 for my wheel bearings, and I got a high school that will replace my wheel hubs and change my tires to winter tires and back when the summer comes. And I have enough I have enough gas to get there, but then I'm stuck. So for people asking, I'm doing the background check for FedEx, but it's the same exact background check I did for the last FedEx. So I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to hire me because I have trespassing on my record. So, like, if I had a teaching, it would just be that foundational understanding of selflessness in connection with nature. It's not anything new. But I think that everything you do for the rest of your life afterwards is exponentially more beautiful and valuable, and you'll look back on it with pride. Whereas most people that don't go through this look back on their life as a waste, because they never understood what they understand when they're close to death. And that's facts. Like, there's something extra that you bring with you now to social events when you have it. There's something greater that can't be taken from you as long as you hold the connection to nature. Whereas most people are dying and constantly reviving, and more of them are being deteriorated away and degraded and gone, and being replaced with the theoretical false pride of being stuck in the social matrix. So they're dying and they're constantly rebuilding themselves at the expense of others in sort of like a hive mind organism, which is directly opposing nature. And it's supposed to be both. It's supposed to be balanced. You can't have one without the other. If you just lived in nature, you'd be the animal. If you just lived in society, you'd be fake. So you need to have both, or else both people die and their life feels like a waste. So what I'm seeing, at least in my everyday life, is the stronger the connection I have to the natural way and the way that I walk around and experience life as if I am an animal, I get direct opposition from people that are too far into society. They can't stand it. They can't look at it without hating. They look at me and there's just something they don't understand, and that makes them like really think about it all the time. They don't like it and they have to kill it. Because they're seeing what they're missing. And because they're so trapped in the social matrix, that thing that they're missing, they think that they can consume and embody. They think that they can go out and kill and eat, and that's how they get their ego, confidence, and stuff. But all that does is just destroy them and bring them into psychosis, because if they do end up stealing your energy or whatever, or taking in your information from you, it drives them to a place they're not ready to manage because they didn't grow and understand it, and they usually topple over and have a schizophrenic break because they receive their divine karma with their stolen wisdom that they didn't deserve, which is why people say that you shouldn't do mushrooms or ayahuasca and any of this without the foundational understanding, because the mushrooms and the ayahuasca and stuff will show you this stuff, but you're not ready for it. Whereas if you start off as like a seed and you grow, then that's when it becomes like a shamanistic tool to just work on one thing at a time, and you have the foundational thing that can't be taken, so it doesn't completely destroy you and overwhelm you. Whereas for the most part, when you see like a suburban kid do mushrooms or whatever, it's like spirit is just, it's like scooping them from Five Nights at Freddy's sister location, where that you put them into the basement with the robot arm, and the robot arm just scoops their life force out, and then you walk around as a robot husk of a person. You don't get scooped if you have this foundational understanding when you do psychedelics. You don't become a weirdo. You don't become crazy. You just have a cool experience, and you're able to get back to the foundation of your life because you don't get scooped. Which is why Hawaiian practices take their connection to nature, and they use spirit, and they work in tandem with nature to give themselves an energetic signature that stops shark attacks. Hawaiian shark attacks don't happen to native Hawaiians, even though they're swimming in the same water, because the shark can actually differentiate between the Hawaiians and the white tourists, and they attack the white tourists instead. You definitely got scooped in high school. It happens, man. Someone I knew did mushrooms, and aliens took him to space and then just destroyed him completely, and it took him months to recover. He said, like, consciously they fucking took him out of his body and brought him to space. and he can't remember he only remembers that. He doesn't remember what they told him, what they taught him, because he literally couldn't handle it. He couldn't house the information in his body. He didn't have anything close to being able to learn what they were trying to teach him, so it just destroyed him. And in that destruction, you don't understand the boundaries and openings that creates. So people that do mushrooms are way more susceptible to possession because they didn't realize who they were. So they have no differentiation between what's them and what isn't them. So then they just become piloted vessels for whatever's around. If you keep talking about Scoops, what would you say your foundation is right now besides YouTube Live and living in your car? And I don't even know what that emoji is. It's just that's a Facebook addict right there. You can really tell that they've been consumed by false pride and they've lost touch with reality. And they live just in a fucking cycle of perceived harvesting. It's all a schizophrenic delusion that they're living inside. But they go off of if they feel like they've made a perceived change in their target, and they just hurt. So you're not a vampire. It's cool that you went there, because that's kind of what I was talking about. You're not a vampire, you're just a schizo, bro. And it's funny because I'm probably the least schizo out of most people. It's all in your head. So I don't think there are any spirits that don't want to attack you. I think that you're not a threat to them because you're just a plaything trapped in an addiction. My kitty stinks bad, says OMG, so jealous of your hair. Thanks, man. My foundational understanding would be years of living on the ground. I've been through 5 winters, I think, now. And I had a lot of trauma that destroyed me. The news made up something about me. And people assumed that I was, like, they saw me suffering and they laughed about it, and I was ostracized from the community. So all the time that I spent living alone and traveling around on the ground, all the suffering that I went through, the abuse from people, the social abuse from people, like when you go to economic services because you have to get on food stamps and they go sign your life away, and then they yank it from you, and then they tell you basically get the fuck out now that you have your benefits. And you feel like it was like a whole power game where they yanked it from you because you're trying to learn more about electromagnetic communication and relationships, and people that abuse it for their own personal gain because they're fat, addicted pieces of crap. And my kitty stink. You had to throw the sis in there. You have to always be bored if you're sitting there by herself. What's up with the girl stuff suddenly? Come on, guys. You have to always be bored if you're sitting there by yourself. No. Most of the time it's spiritual attacks. Like I broke free today. I spent a couple days at the church healing from the last stuff where the people would show up and I'd see a demon attacking me, and then I'd look, and then right outside the car is just somebody twitching like this, and then they start smoking crack, and then when I hit the record button they take off running. But they can't see me. I'm in the back seat and I didn't even move, so they wouldn't have seen any move. They just felt the sudden shift in energy and the demon piloting them back off. And I was like, that's weird, and that might not be the case. But then the next day, somebody, a place 40 miles east of where I was, pulls up, and they're twitching the same way, except they take a t-shirt with a demon on it that says I'm back, and they hang the t-shirt up outside the window so it's right in front of where I'm standing. I look over after I feel the demonic thing, and I look and see the fucking picture of a demon that says I'm back next to me, and it's an empty parking lot where they could have parked anywhere, but they parked right next to me like that, and they couldn't see me because I was asleep in the back. But something was guiding their impulses to do it, that knew me regardless of the vessels that they were inhabiting. It was greater than just one individual person. So for the most part, I have just constant attacks, and I have to get up and keep fighting even though I can't think. Like, for the most part, they took away my ability to think. When I try, it's just tons of psionic attacks. that are always trying to dig in and destroy. And I have to stay here. And the stuff I've learned from the woods keeps a good sense of boundaries, but no really individual stuff. So I tend to lose my individuality a lot, my individual essence, and I have to drive to bring it back. But you can see actual evidence in real time, especially on my channel, of this repeated cycle of cartoonish, exaggerated behavior, and I'm not the schizo that needs medication, that's going through something that isn't real. I'm just a guy that chose to sit here and see what happens, and I'm able to identify that there's shit that happens. And I don't know why it happens, but I know that I can continue just showing that it happens and try to learn more about it as it happens. But it's not... If I said that there was like a lizard person that's always attacking me with no other evidence, then I would be like, okay. But if I'm like, I wake up and see a demonic entity trying to target me, and then I look and there's an addict that's smoking crack, and then even then I would be like, there's something there, but that doesn't necessarily need to be the entire thing. But then with the phone, where they stay there, and they stay there like head down like this, and they're just twitching like this, and they're just standing in the middle of the parking lot next to the car just twitching, and I could feel them draining and draining and draining my life force energy, my aura, my electromagnetic energy around me, and I'm starting to feel pain inside, like it's embedding into me like a virus energetically. And they only stop because I hit record, and then immediately their head twitches and they fucking take off running. Those three things together is something. If it was just one of those things, I wouldn't make it into this. But because of the reoccurring different things where they, even though they can't see that I'm recording, and I'm way back here, tinted windows or like deep in the woods, and I see them acting weird, but then when I hit record, they immediately like freak out and they have to get away. Or they get more aggressive and start like twitching and looking at me and then stomping and spitting and stomping. And their conscious mind isn't aware of what's going on. They don't really know what's happening because they're being managed by some greater intelligence. And if it was just one moment, that would be one thing. But then where it was like undisputable proof from the infinite showing me, you can see the video from one day, like 3 or 4 days ago, where I talk about I saw the demon when I woke up, and then I saw the person, and the person acted weird, and they were twitching and whatever, and then I recorded them and they left. But then the next, literally 24 hours later, I'm 50 miles away, and the same thing happens where somebody pulls in and they hang up the demon outside the window, and they're twitching the same way, freaking out, trying to get away from it. And then you can go back like a month prior to this where I said the same thing. I woke up and felt peace from the dream and I felt the demonic presence. And then I saw another person pull up the same way, and the guy was like twitching and then would turn, even though he couldn't see me through the tint. And I said it literally this loud, you can't hear. I went, show yourself. And the person went, it was staring at me, and then he put his head out the window and was twitching like right in my direction, like he was being pulled at me like this. And then once I hit record, everybody got out of the clown car, and there was fucking 7 of them. One of them went into the building, one of them ran around and was right under where I was sleeping, so like under my wheel, and he fucking curled up and started smoking crack right next to me. And I'm like, that's weird, junkie behavior, whatever. But then I look over and there's just a random civilian stranger standing there, like a Walmart worker is like at the other end of the parking lot, and he's just standing at the other side of the window, twitching the same way, twitching. They're all twitching like this. And I'm like, if that's, that stuff isn't hallucinations. That's like real, tangible, real world, reoccurring events that I haven't figured out the exact truth of why it's happening, but I know that it happens, and I know that it does have something to do with the emotional, energetic state that I have inside. The more peace I have, the more freedom I have, the more excited I get for life, the more excited I am about a goal in the future. That's when it happens. Like today I got my food. So they gave me gas station food that was warm, and I was really excited to come here and watch my videos, heal with this excitement, which brings so much more. Like all is mind. When I had that peace, and if I had gotten all the way here, riding this piece, everything would have been so much better because I knew I wouldn't have been bothered here and everything would be chill. There's no competition socially, no energetic games. I would have had this piece and I would grow from it. So what happened, guys? I'm driving down the road and then a cop speeds like 60, whoa, pulls me over. And I'm driving the speed limit, everything's fine. But I have a headlight out. But the car behind me had a headlight out. The car in front of that cop had a headlight out. The car behind the cop had a headlight out. So what about me was so special? That she fucking twitched, whipped around to pull me over. And you can't see what's going on in here. You know, if the hair's like this, you might, like, even if the headlights went, you might not even be able to tell I'm a guy because of the long hair. But people don't bother me. I've never been bothered in a church parking lot. Ever. A lot of coincidental headlights out. And it was all at once. All at once, where I rarely see people with headlights out. When my headlight went out, I started seeing one headlight all the time, which I was like, that's spirit warning me. I should probably fix this fuse or whatever, get it working again. Because I didn't see him at all until my headlight went out, and then all of a sudden, all the time on these back roads, there's just one headlight out. And then for like 4 or 5 cars to all have their headlights out, but the cop only pulls me over, I have to assume it's spirit showing off the fact that it was proof that the piece that I had, if I ever had disputed it, that good feeling and that good excited dream for the future, and also the necessity to have what I talked about, how in order to have that piece consistently, you do need a strong foundation. I don't think that strong foundation is necessarily an apartment wasting your income on a box you don't spend any time in, or a consistent job at a place you hate, but it could be working consistently so you have a big savings account and you're able to move up to the next step of like a computer and Starlink and doing this stuff consistently, and maybe doing gig work or something so that you have a foundation and a savings account and things going well. It doesn't mean I necessarily have to destroy my entire life just to conform to what society wants, knowing that it's created by child-eating, cannibal, pedophile, ball-worshipping Satanists that see that way. They made it look like that's the way it's supposed to be, but really they all say it's slavery, just with extra steps. You know? You only live once. How do you not know we are the fallen angels in a reincarnation loop? Because my little brother woke up one morning last year and said, they're going to kill me. And if I don't get away from his mom, they're going to kill her. And then an hour later, he mysteriously dies on Main Street at 8 a.m. and nobody helps him and he freezes to death. And then when I'm laying in his bed after his funeral, I see him spiritually talking to his mom, and his mom starts crying and talking to him. And then a few days later, I have a dream, or no, like a week later, maybe 4 weeks later, I have a dream where the first dream was 3 days later, where I have a dream that all of his family are sitting in a kindergarten room and they're playing with like drawing on they're doing kid stuff. Even though they're grown adults, they're all drawing at the kindergarten table. And I'm just standing there and I'm wearing like a king's garb, like a suit of armor with my logo on it and like the robes and everything. And I'm just got done with one battle and I'm about to go to another battle. And I'm just standing there like, I don't fit in here. This isn't where I'm supposed to be. There's nothing I could say to them either, because we're just so different. And they think that they're kindergartners, or they're at the kindergarten level, and they're completely oblivious. They can't even see that I'm there. And then I look over, and in the corner of the room, in the doorway to the kindergarten classroom, my little brother is standing there with an invisible spirit on his shoulder. And he's staring at me and the family, and he's confused. And I just immediately revert back to being a 7-year-old boy. And I hug him. and he's standing there paralyzed and confused. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what's going on. So I go and I like a magic card, when you, like, magicians have the card at the back of their hand like this. Maybe I could do it if I could find my wallet. Yeah. So how they got the card, and then they fucking flip it like that, so it looks like invisible, and then they flip it up. It was like that. I flipped it up with his obituary on it, with in remembrance of John Michael, December 16th to February 17th. And he went, "I'm dead." And then the whole thing fucking, I got zoomed back out into my body, and I woke up, but I didn't wake up as if my eyes opened. I woke up like I literally let my consciousness left that space and just zoomed back into my body, and then I was here again. And then a month goes by, and I feel him back the same way that I felt his energy in the dream. I felt his energy in real life, like he was there trying to communicate with me, but I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I knew he was there. And then a couple days go by, and I feel it again, and then I get a notification on my phone for a tarot video that says your dead family member has one final message for you. So I click it and I watch it, and it says, "You had a dead brother, and basically this is saying that he loved you," and just going off about like how he felt. And then they said he chose to reincarnate, so you won't see him again. And I feel like his spirit is crying. They said that he won't see you again. He won't remember you. You guys will never see each other. He'll be alive, but he will be somewhere far away, and you'll never know each other for the rest of your lives. But he'll always remember you, and he loves you. And I think it said something about squirrels, and then I heard a squirrel go blah, 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 as like confirmation. And just that he chose to, but they said that I will experience him through other people, because souls are greater than just one body. And then 2 days later, I wandered into a gas station, and at the gas station there was somebody that was his age that knew him in high school, and he was really close friends with my little brother's close friends. So when he was talking, the way that he was talking, because I would sit down and play guitar with that kid a lot outside the gas station, everything, like half the things that the guy said were things that, and like the relationship dynamic between us became the same thing, where my little brother always wanted things to be his way, and he always wanted to go off and do his own thing, and nothing I said really hit him. He didn't really value anything I had to say, because he thought it was his way or the highway. And then eventually I just feel drained and sad and alone, because they couldn't even see me for me, and they didn't really care. And then they go off on their own journey, and the journey got my brother killed, and then but he released amazing music. But the other kid saw me, and then went to and became living at a ski resort, and he had a girlfriend and stuff, so he's doing pretty well, I think. But it was the same. I like relived the main themes of my relationship with my little brother through him, which allowed me to heal it, because I got to realize that it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault what happened, and I really did do my best. Harry Shannon says, "I spontaneously speak in different languages. I believe we are all multimedia." It's infinite, trapped in a finite existence, so there's constantly new things happening all the time, regrowing and changing from what's here, and then slowly being given software updates to help nature eventually become the manager of the multiverse. We're here to evolve nature to a point where it becomes the manager of the simulation in perpetuity throughout the universe. Nature becomes the universe. The God of the wild becomes the tree of life. Over and over and over and over again. Outside of time and space. And it is called the Casey. It's called Acacia. or Yggdrasil, the tree of life, the world tree. And it does become exalted in a place of power like O'Brien, free like Francis, as the 33, but through the gateway, the 11, comes back. Which is why Casey Rocket, next to Adam Ray on Kill Tony, blew up. And then my little brother's name was John Michael Ray, and we would argue over who was going to get the feature first with this girl named Ray. And then I ended up dating a girl named Ray. And then Kai Cenat blew up when he met Ray in Tokyo. And on the same day was the second to last time I ever saw my little brother. And we took a picture with my arm around his shoulder, and he was taller than me and his eyes were squinted. And we both had our thumbs up. At the same time, across the world in Tokyo, Kai Cenat met Ray. And they took a picture where their eyes are sunken and they look dark and red energy, and they're putting up 2 fingers. Kendrick Curry, who I used to wear this hat, he wore the same type of hat. And he blew up because he met a guy named John Ray. And my group was called the Kingdom of Creative Champions, the KCC. And in the year of the cat, my year, 2023, and I was born in 99, I just wanted the KCC to win. That's all I wanted, was the KCC to win. And I also wanted to blow up and be a stand-up comedian, streamer, gamer, traveling pickup artist. And that didn't work out for me. I ended up saving homeless kids and fighting homeless people and being tormented by rich people, traveling around feeding seagulls and putting feathers in my hair and walking around at the lake in the most beautiful place, probably one of the most beautiful places in the country, but homeless in the woods. But instead, when I would suffer and I would be sad and I'd go in my tent and I'd open up my phone, I didn't get to be a stand-up comedian, but I got to watch Casey Rocket blow up with Adam Ray. I didn't get to be a streamer, but I got to watch Kai Cenat meet Ray and do that. I didn't get to be a pickup artist traveling, but I got to see Kurt Kaz and the Kurt Kaz Conquest, the KCC. I didn't get to make a country song about how it isn't my fault what people did to me, but Cassius Culpepper made, "You didn't make your daddy leave you and your mama. You didn't make that girl that broke you break her promise. Yeah, you didn't ask Uncle Sam to send your friends to the foreign land. It's time you face the truth. It ain't the man in the looking glass who hurt you." And I was sick and tired of the suffering and abuse and torment because a tow company had stolen my car illegally and sold it for themselves. My greatest achievement was that with a brain injury, I was able to save up and make enough money on crypto to buy a nice car, and they took it from me while I was shopping at Walmart. So I was just going to go, and they wouldn't give it back, and they all made fun of me and treated me like shit, and they made a big show of it while I was sick from food poisoning, eating out of dumpsters, and freezing cold, and I had like rashes on my feet and shit, and I smelled terrible because there was no public showers. And I'd have to wander 2 miles up through the city while everybody fucking walks by, and all the constant, energetic harassment from people like looking at me and then judgment and shit, and I have to just keep going. So I got mad and I was going to take a Molotov and just blow the fuck out of the garage one night. And then on my way there, my car tire flies off my wheel. Or my wheel flies off the car. And I skirt into a church lot. And I go to the church service that night. And then the whole place is packed. And then there's one empty seat next to me because some guy got up. And then a random other person walks in and goes, "You are the bravest soul on earth. You talk to God because the entire world is too afraid to." And then he gets up and walks out. And I'm like, okay, I have to live with that for the rest of my life. But then I go back and I sit in the car. And then I open my phone and the KCC had won the Super Bowl. So I could have probably bet a lot of money on KCC winning. And then 6 months later, my car breaks down. And the only people that helped me was a girl named Casey and a guy named Ray. And then a year later, I wind up in another town at the Canada border because I'm going to speak about my stuff at the homeless rally. And I'm going to public speak for the first time to a group of people about my experience. And my car gets stuck in the snow and I have to call Ray's Towing. And then it turns out the person who orchestrated the entire event was named Casey. Just over and over and over and over again. Undisputable proof about divine orchestration through me. Y'all ain't do the things y'all say you do. I've been through it all, man. I'm living proof. Fuck. I'm gonna go ask if I can use their bathroom and maybe talk about God and the universe. Say that I went to talk to the job and they're not keen on taking me, so I'm gonna have to hit the road, but see maybe if they need help with anything while I'm here, or stuff done. And is it open? Oh. Hey. I don't know if it's open.
How you doing?
Good, man. I just want to know if I could use your bathroom.
Yeah.
Somehow I got more viewers peeing than I did talking. Fuck, I diddled on myself a little bit. I didn't want it to get in the stuff they just cleaned. Your instructions are more valuable to me than millions in gold and silver.
If you come back on Saturday or even Sunday, it doesn't matter. On Saturday we have the luncheon.
Okay.
We have chickens. I'll give you a dozen eggs.
Okay.
I'll hard boil them for you.
That would be great, because I don't have to
Because
wait.
what are you going to do
I've been
with
trying.
raw eggs?
Put them on the dashboard and wait for the sun to fry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Okay,
Where's your wallet?
in the car.
Okay.
And if you can get another roasted chicken, you want me to write it down?
Yeah, go for it.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry, I already took a lunch.
That's fine.
It's wounded now.
I do have a microwave in the car. So I don't know if there's an outlet somewhere I can plug it into. I have a microwave and extension cord.
Well, what, the phone with it?
No, the microwave to heat it up in my car.
I don't think there's an exterior outlet on it at the church. I'm sure.
Alright. Do you know anybody here in the church that does carpentry or woodworking? Or like engineers?
Not right now, I think.
Okay.
Let me think about that for a while.
Okay.
Here you go. Okay, tell me your name again. Kelsey?
Casey.
Casey.
Yeah.
Okay. Casey, it was wonderful meeting you.
Yeah. I'm having trouble bringing God into everyday life. When I've been living out without people for so long, and I've had these amazing experiences, trying to bring it into, and then while I was gone, the world changed. Like, it's not the same as it was in 2017. I'm not the same as I was, so I don't know how to do it. Yeah,
I can give you a Bible.
I have a Bible.
Okay. We have devotionals there that
Okay.
might work. All else, just talk to him.
Mhm.
He's already with you. All you have to do is talk to him.
It's overwhelming because when I get the connection to something higher, the world feels like it's not real. It's like a game or something, and like God is everything, and then I get overwhelmed by possibility because I'm like, so much could happen. What should I do? And that's where
I asked the same question and I gotta wait.
or I do that, and then I get it, and I feel it, whether you call it the Holy Spirit or whatever, and then immediately there were like 4 other cars that had no hide out, but immediately the cops speed me over out of all of them. And it used to be like
That's not God, that's people.
yeah, it's they feel something that maybe they don't deserve yet, they weren't ready for it. To them it feels like a resource. So, I mean, I've had cops like where I'm making the question I ask people is, what is it like when you first had Jesus, when you met him the first time? Because for me, it's like I would be making music by myself, and then all of a sudden the song I'm trying to make, there's another one in front of me, and it's so much better than anything I could make. And then I have it in my heart, I'm going to make it on my computer before it broke, and then I'm just pulled over, ripped out of the car, thrown on the ground, like me on the back of my head, and I'm like, and they're like, why? When they get up and leave, and they're like, you fit a description. And the only thing I can think of was that they were literally trying to stop me from making the song. So when it's like that, like evidence of an enemy of some kind.
He's real.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. I don't know.
It can be overwhelming. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. It sounds like you're very in tune, and a lot of people are not.
Yeah.
They're like just going through the paces. Just take a breath, keep talking to him, and he'll guide you.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
he talks to you through the word. He talks to me all the time.
I've had it. Have you guys ever? If God is real, I'm gonna go out into the woods and I'm gonna leave the Bible on the ground and I'm gonna sit here until it blows open from the wind. And every single time, different Bible. Jeremiah 33, which is, I think that's, if you call on me, I'll be there. Like if you have a willingness, and it's like 5 or 6 times now over 5 years where I'm like, leave the Bible in the woods and then I come back and it's flipped open to Jeremiah 33. So
He's real,
Yeah.
and he's right there with you. And I'm glad you came in. I'm really glad
Yeah.
you came in, Casey. I'm glad I met you.
So while
We're
you're-
here
yeah,
a lot. We clean the church and stuff like that, so check in with us,
okay.
okay?
I'm trying to get work, pay off the car. I'm on a mission now. I'm trying to,
Yeah.
and then car, wheel hubs. I owe $840 on the car, registration, insurance. Get money in my backlog savings for if something else opens up, and I think it's probably going to have something to do with getting a lot of people onto homesteads from suffering, and then some type of managing basically the new world where people are leaving society and everything's going to be really chaotic, and we're going to have robots in 3 years. So I'm trying to see Hawaii before that happens and go back to Ireland before immigration and everything. So I'm trying to get there, and then there's just a lot of people.
Being off the grid is not such a bad thing.
No, it's not. I think it's going to be essential because it's like AI is getting more and more close to people, and like trying to get into
it's
people.
Not real at all. Yes, Drew and I are spending a lot of time homesteading.
Okay.
Gardening, homesteading, making our own food. I don't trust the industrial food that's out there anymore. There's constant things being recalled because they've got salmonella, E. coli, all sorts of things. So, yeah.
It seems like a systematic destruction of your gut so that you can't function well enough to probably talk to spirit or God.
Absolutely.
Have you heard about microgreens? I'm trying to get somebody who's starting up a homestead in West Virginia where it's just like a storage shed where you have the shelves and then you have a grow light that grows these sprouts and microgreens, and it's like the most nutrient dense thing, and then it's really valuable to businesses. They love it. They love adding it to their restaurants to have as an upcharge. So if you wanted help setting up something like that and then getting it where you just deliver it to local businesses, I could definitely help build it and then go reach out for you. I could
I'm not quite ready for that yet.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm old.
Yeah. All right.
Our engines are on slow speed.
Why doesn't he go with me? If we're both going to do shopping, he can get one car and go shopping, I can get another car and go shopping, I'll bring him back here.
Okay.
Is that all right with you?
Sure.
Is your pen the same as it used to be?
Yep.
Okay. Super.
And Aaron and I will.
Finish decorating?
Yeah.
And a boy,
And then I gotta take a picture of it and send it to Linda because she's probably freaking out about now because of the nor'easter.
yeah. Okay.
I got a couple of nervous Nellies.
All right.
Is it really 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's 10:12.
Is Price Chopper still open? Is it open till 11?
Hey, Aaron, how late is Price Chopper open?
He doesn't know. You got your
I think we won't steal.
Okay.
Promise. We have the same color car.
Okay. So, what you get? While you were, I'm gonna find my wallet now. Now to move everything around. There it is. All right. I'm going to avoid the gift card. Go straight to cash.
Okay. That chicken.
I got all my samples, got my shopping list. It's good to go.
Cool. I don't know what I should get.
Well, get whatever you want and then keep the rest of the money for when you make up your mind.
Okay. I might. Would it be okay to use 10 for gas to get me to the dairy farm? Alright.
Make sure you don't.
I'll go this way.
Good picture.
Did you grow up here?
No. No, my grandparents are Vermonters,
Okay.
but in order to shape work, my parents ended up in New York.
Yeah.
I started there and lived out in John, and that's the place where I get a car. It's really-
Yeah, my family's from New York City, and then my great grandparents were from Ireland.
Yeah. Okay. I never remember what story.
I love Vermont. I traveled by Greyhound.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a lot of Greyhound buses to like Miami and Phoenix and I stayed in West Virginia for a couple months. It just seems like Vermont definitely has something special.
Yeah, it does. I agree with that. VIP parking here.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
My neck, I'm gonna stuff. There you go.
Does he have what he needs there?
No roasted chickens
Okay.
and no gift cards after 9 p.m.
No gift cards after 9?
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's like gambling, you know?
Did you get some stuff though?
Yeah.
Pierogies.
Yeah,
How are you gonna cook that?
I wait for it to thaw and then I go use microwaves at gas stations because you can get 4 pounds for $6.
Okay,
So I got, if you said chicken and eggs, so I got dipping sauce for the eggs.
okay, awesome. I'll be back on Saturday after the storm,
Okay,
and I'll have a dozen hard-boiled eggs for you,
okay.
all right?
If you had
My
a,
girls would be very happy to help you. And, do you have a girl with you?
me? No.
No? Okay.
Did they say that there was a girl in the car?
Um,
Because I
no,
have,
Aaron thought he saw a girl.
I have long hair. I bet
I
it get,
said, I don't think so, but.
I think the long hair gets me out of a lot of police interactions because they think that there's a girl in the car.
Oh, well, that's
But
good.
I just,
Credit.
yeah, I love it, having long hair. I am half native, but I didn't know any of my family on the native side. But I did have
Well,
like,
what tribe?
they said that they just traveled and then the other one came
Have you thought about going
to
to
do.
tribal council here?
I know that the tribal council in New England is like only 10% native, so I bet I would probably be more than they might be. So I've thought about it just because I wanted to make music that I wanted to talk to their singers because I have a lot of songs I made.
But they may be able to, put you up.
Yeah, if they're cool, I was thinking about giving them, because the only way to not pay property tax is to go through a tribal council or go through a church. So I'm like, if I'm gonna spend a lot of my money buying a piece of land for people, I'd want it to not be an expense anymore after I pay it.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you. I think that's smart. I think
So.
that's really smart. So, we have a microwave if you would like to eat tonight.
It's frozen, I think, but maybe the chicken. Were you giving me this rotisserie chicken? I remember you handed it to me, but if you want it,
Oh, no, go ahead.
I might heat.
Okay, that part's done. Oh. Wow. So you want me to microwave the chicken for you, the whole thing?
Sure. Or just like a piece, like a leg or something,
Okay.
just for tonight.
Which you want, the whole thing or like?
Just a leg
Okay.
for tonight. Yeah. And then if there's going to be a storm, I don't know if I should leave yet. I was going to go back to central Vermont and I was going to go to farms every day and just say if they needed help.
Mm-hmm.
But if there's going to be a storm and I should come back here for the weekend, I'll probably stick around.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Got your dad's a flashlight. Want to check something?
And if you'd like, if you want to leave the shovel somewhere after it snows, I like working. It's just I have a criminal trespass on my record, so I can't find places. Like, I walked past a college and they trespassed me. I was on the street walking by, and then I had a hurricane and I hid in a field, and the field was owned by the college.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't get any job. Like, even Domino's just turned me down because of the criminal background check. I can't find anyone that will hire. Even Walmart said no. But just to show you, I'm not looking to be paid or anything. I will happily shovel your whole driveway. Like, if you leave the shovel out and I'm just around, I can get that for you. I'm assuming you might have a plow though. It comes in. Sure. Yeah, sure. Take my boots off. Why not? You have a piano. Oh, this is...
Okay.
Oh, I'm right here. My fault.
I need your phone to take a picture of what I've done here.
Okay.
All right, you have napkins, fork, knife, and spoon. There's yogurt in there, chips, your chicken. Let me go get the rest of the chicken.
All right.
Oh, yay, oh, yay. Okay, honey, thank you.
See if you can, whatever Google or whatever browser you have.
Yeah. Yeah, because that peanut coon just trying to make a salad and I
All right, you
don't.
ready to go, Ryan?
Drew, be careful so you don't dump the. And don't on his blanket either.
No, this is gone.
The blanket is gone?
They dumped the dumpster
Oh,
blanket. All right, here we go.
It's looking for my keys. Rocket raccoon. Yeah, my fork and spoon. There's a raccoon.
No raccoon.
No raccoon.
He parked in the dumpster for a while.
Is he still in there?
No,
Damn.
well, not, yeah. He hasn't been there the last week when we did this or tonight. So.
He,
Mhm.
yeah, hold on. Gotcha. Okay. I'm here. If you need help. Alright. Yeah, you got some ice. lot of room. They need an ice pick for all this ice right here. Do you have... I forgot the name. I don't know.
Hey, Drew?
Yeah.
Hey, Drew? Yeah. Can you start the pickup truck? When you start the pickup truck, get warm.
I'm just here to help load. Just seeing if you need help loading stuff into the truck. I'm here.
What do we got?
Some boxes. Yeah, it might fit. Yeah, if we move that. Might have been the water. Probably need coffee. That plant fell. I tried to keep chips on my shoulder like dip. Come get it off me. Fix the plant. Come say sorry with your body. Come say sorry. My chicken's getting cold. Come say sorry with your body. I don't know, she's vacuuming. She's in charge of the organizing, I think. If I had my metal shovel, I could break all this ice, but I left it in Grand Isle. You got a lot of ice here, and there's going to be a snowstorm. They do have a cone over there. They need another cone for this part. There needs to be a cone right here, man. All these people are going to slip. I'm slipping on it. Yeah. They do have an ice pick. Hey Drew.
Yeah.
You guys do have an ice pick in there. If there was a place to put it tonight before the snowstorm comes, I don't mind taking the ice pick and just breaking all this stuff up.
Oh, that would be super. Yeah.
Let me know where to put it afterwards.
Okay. All right.
And I'll break this ice apart. Got it.
right to the left.
I need your phone. I need your phone.
Here. Oh, the light's so on.
Oh,
See it right there?
Yeah. You guys. So before the snow comes tonight, if I'm just hanging out, I need to know where to. When I'm done, I'll just put it. You see all the ice from like across there, all the way up the.
I know.
So that's how I got the car by doing this. And then there was a bunch of snowstorms in the middle, or rain in the middle of winter in Randolph. So I just took an ice pick and I spent probably 30 or 40 hours just breaking up this 2.5-inch sheet of ice.
Yeah,
So
that would be great.
I got you. When I'm done with it, I don't think there's going to be anybody that would take it. But
No, just you can put it right on the
Okay.
scoop. Thank you.
I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it not seeing me as a nut job. Something wrong with me. You like to.
There's nothing wrong with you.
Thank you.
You're really smart.
Thank you. I just.
That
Yeah.
that can work to your advantage.
Yeah.
Because if they think that,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't have high expectations, then you can exceed that or you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
That's how I survived as a child, is acting dumb. I'm not dumb at all.
I see.
My
that.
mom finally said that to me. She said, I finally realized you're really, really smart. You think?
I'm still waiting on.
And he never got it, so.
Yeah.
All right, so the women will know that this is all taken care of.
It does look really nice.
Thank you.
Like they even put flowers on the silverware and everything.
Yeah, I did most of the work.
Yeah.
The artwork,
Oh, the artwork.
all the flowers and the decorating, that's my skill.
I got you.
But I know tomorrow when the snow flies, that there's one particular woman I work with, and she's really slow. And she's gonna call me and go, oh no. No, we found out that this isn't gonna end until 10 o'clock in the morning. How are we gonna decorate and stuff? I'm like, okay, I got you. We did it Thursday night. I'm sleeping in. I'm really tired.
I bet. Okay, I'm gonna take both of these so that I can shovel tonight.
Evidence. I have evidence. All done.
Did I tell you, 2 days ago I was at an overnight parking and I woke up and felt like there was some demonic thing pulling at my piece, like literally draining it like Harry Potter with the Dementors, like sucking your soul out. And I was like, what is this? And then I look up and there's somebody smoking crack, twitching like this. I hit record and they take off running as soon as, like, they wouldn't know that I hit the record button, but as soon as it is, they take off. And then I was like, that's really weird. And especially because I had the intuitive, like,
Oh,
seeing
yeah.
it. But then the next day, if that wasn't obvious enough, I was at a different parking right here, which is 50 miles away.
Yeah.
And then I felt it again. And then I woke up and looked, and somebody had put a bunch of T-shirts of demons hanging from their windows. And it's an empty parking lot. And they're just sat right next to me
Oh,
in their
God.
windows, just twitching. Which is what, if that didn't happen, I would have never come here, which means I would have never met you, right? So it was like,
Yeah. Divine intervention. Do we want to put some of this milk?
you don't do it during the day, it just melts the snow and makes more ice.
Okay, well then don't do that. Okay.
But that's what I did. That's how I saved up and got the
Here's
car.
your phone.
I'm a shuffler.
I have evidence. I'll upload it to my email and send it to Linda. Oh, honey, that looks great.
It's a little cockeyed, but I won't tell anybody.
It what?
Just a little bit. Oh,
Yeah, a little bit, but so is life.
I always, my head leans that way anyway, so.
I didn't even notice until you said it.
Yeah, I didn't either. It looks really, really nice though.
Yeah, it's cool.
So,
Okay,
all right, I'm Rick.
I forgot your name.
Make sure you eat.
Okay.
That's mom and me.
All right.
I'm not telling you what to do.
I got you.
all right. We got the keys in the door.
The keys in the door? Okay.
Should be-
Yeah, it is.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna go eat.
No, it's-
Absolutely.
It's all ready to do, I think.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, you are right.
All right. And you said you guys will be here on Saturday?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the snow stops, or at least that's what they say. The snow's supposed to stop at 10 a.m.
Okay.
And so I'll be here at 10.
Okay. I was gonna go back to Central Vermont to try my luck at a farm,
Okay.
but I only have enough gas to get there, so I'll probably stay and then go on Monday. I'll go back. So
Yeah, okay.
is it cool if I stay here for a few days, or should I go and find somewhere else and then come back?
I think you're as good here as anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
I maybe move your car out of the line of sight.
All right. And then either tonight or tomorrow, I'll get all this done for you.
Yeah, and if for some reason you're not here on Saturday, it'll be I'll be here on Sunday. And
Okay.
you can pick it up then
All right, cool.
when we have church.
All right.
So
Ah, what a plan.
I really appreciate it.
Good.
take care.
Thank you.
Nice to meet
I really
you.
appreciate
Looking
it.
forward to seeing you Saturday. I keep on wanting to say tomorrow, but it's not Friday night.
All right.
Fridays are soft days.
And I walk back into the darkness. We're uncomfortable. So now they leave and I stay in the darkness. Literally. I'm just literally fucking going to hide in the dark. Because that was weird. That was weird. I hugged the person, but I didn't know how to end the hug. I didn't know how to stop the hug, so I just waited. And I was like, oh fuck. Okay, let's eat my food. I have a whole chicken now, minus 2 legs. And I just don't even look at them because that would be awkward and weird. So I'm just going to stand here. And I always have the crazy karmic experience before the Sagittarian revival because of my Saturn and Taurus in the first house. So you know me. Just random people, man. This is my life, man. Happens all the time. My life is just a never-ending cycle of meeting people. And then I always hate the goodbyes. But at some point, some of them like that, overly nice, will never have a problem ever. Some people I can tell usually in the first meeting that there's a demon possessing them. For her, there was no demon possessing them, but I can tell she's been through a lot of shit. When I meet them, they just walked up to my car like a couple hours ago. And then I had to piss. So I went into the building knowing that they were in there. And then I met the Aaron. Like Ireland means Aaron, E-R-I-N. But it's a man. So it's a male version of the name Ireland. And I forgot her name. I'm not sure if she even introduced herself. I'm waiting until they leave to turn my car on and turn the light on. But let's go through and see if this chicken is warm. She heated up a chicken for me. And there's some chips. Never had the balls to approach randoms. Well, it helps when you're fucking parked outside their church. I don't think they would have approached me at the price drop or anything. I'm waiting for them to leave. They're just sitting in the parking lot right now. So I was going to go back to Central Vermont, but They want me here to give me a dozen eggs that are hard boiled, and I'm not going to turn that down because I don't qualify for food stamps because I haven't found a job that will take me in. So there's a 20-hour work requirement to get EBT. So I've applied to 64 jobs now, and they said they all either didn't answer or said no. But like I said, you can see God guides me down the road and brings me to cool places with cool people that are building me towards something epic outside of society. Like, I don't have to do the way that society wants it to be, but that doesn't mean I can just be lazy. I'm not lazy. I'm just scared and confused. I don't know where to go or what to do, and that's... Isn't it really cool that they said the last time they were here, there was a raccoon that was asking for food. So it was trapped in that dumpster. So they got it a blanket and it built a nest in the dumpster because the truck doesn't come until spring. So they were just going to let the raccoon live there until spring. But today they said the raccoon wasn't in there anymore and the trash had taken it. So the raccoon probably died. But then I showed up the next day. The Raccoon Man. When I meet the Christians, I always meet them almost exactly a week after they set out to do something. Like, I met Demon Hunter and her family 6 days before, or 6 days after they had just started going out and giving money and food and Bibles to homeless people on the street and talking about Jesus and everything. And I had just gotten done with pickup artistry, so I was like, I just got like a big training on how to approach people and meet them where they're at. And I thought those skills would translate to me selling a course or something, or selling like solar panels. But really what it was used for was the opposite, not trying to take from somebody else, giving to other people. So there was something they must have done a week ago that led to them meeting me. And then that's what I was looking for. I was looking for that to prove that that's the same pattern I keep recognizing, is that there was something they did that was outside of the norm, where they had passed some type of test with God. So they said a week prior they had a raccoon came to them and they helped save the raccoon by giving it a place to stay in this dumpster. And they built a whole place for it so that it could get through the winter. And then the next week, the man who's trying to build winter emergency shelters shows up. And the first thing they said is that they had just recently seen and thought it was a great idea about these fold-up emergency shelters. But I have a cheaper, more efficient design, but it's not a home. It's like a glorified tent cabin thing, like a storage shed, whereas the other places people talk about, they're like actual tiny homes with like drywall and electric and all that. And I'm like, nah, we don't need that. We just need an extension cord that goes out the window. Okay, they're gone. And my fucking, what the hell? I hit that too hard and knocked that shit out of place. Okay, so now I can see my drink that's almost gone, but I can go get another one now that they gave me $1. I have, we'll go through my cash. They gave me 20. So I was like, going through the grocery store, I was like, I need to find the most I can get for the least amount of money. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna get the ravioli, because the ravioli comes in these big giant things and they're relatively cheap. And then I found that the ravioli was 2 pounds for $10, but then I found this back thing of pierogies, which is 4 pounds for $6. So I got 4 pounds of pierogies. The moral of the story is, don't sleep there, you'll get taken away by the raccoon in the dumpster. Yeah, definitely don't overstay your welcome places. So I spent $10.98. So I have $10. No, I have $9.02 left. I should have somewhere. I put it in one of my pockets, and now I don't know where it is because it's not in this pocket, which is not great. That's not good. And I already lost my $9. That's no bueno. Fuck. Well, it can't have gone far. It's either here or inside. Well, I'm gonna have to figure that out. The mysterious case of the missing dollars. Which one of you took my $9, guys? Come on. I needed that, okay? I needed those $9. They're not gonna blow away in the wind. I can enjoy my fucking chicken leg. And it'll all be cool. Hey, she said there's nothing wrong with me and she thinks I'm very smart, guys. Can you believe it? I might. Who knows? Yeah, I'm trying to get phone service. If anybody's got some scratch from, I have all my stuff in my channel description, or my Cash App is here. I'm trying to get phone service because it runs out in a week. And then I'm going to a farm to see if they need work. So I have half a tank of gas now, plus $9 somewhere. Can the people watching like Kana videos understand that we don't see him as somebody cool? We see him as somebody that's very sad and pathetic, and that if they were actually happy in life, they wouldn't be talking shit in somebody's comment section. You should call the farm and ask first, brother. No, that never works. Never works. Not in my state. Calling them is the worst thing you can do, because then they sit and ruminate about it and you've caught them off guard. And it's like way more of an intimate thing. And it's better to show up and be friendly and have it escape the internet where it's real life. And then they're more inclined to get a judge of your character without creating a bunch of random perceptions. And it's a lot harder for them to just deny you. So then they have to go through mental gymnastics of how they're going to say no to you. Which usually there's a chance where there's a greater chance of God working. Canyon videos, I don't care. I literally don't. It's crazy. I have so many people. Like, I open my phone every day and I'm just blown up. My phone is always blown up every day on every Facebook page I have. I literally had to outsource to a girl named Kendra who now runs my messages. And if she feels like it, she will reach out to the haters. I literally have somebody that works with Skeeter Jean to catch pedophiles, and I let her use one of my burner accounts. We made one together so that I could practice if I ever wanted to be a decoy and catch predators by pretending to be a 14-year-old. Because it's like, I mean, Canyon, if you've been watching for a while, you'll understand I've applied to 63 jobs. Like, I take the camera in with me, and I show you me applying to jobs, hanging out with them. They're really friendly. And then a week goes by and I hear nothing. And I'm like, and then I go in and say, hey, can I talk to the manager? And they won't even come out of the business. So I'm assuming they either find my YouTube channel. So, Canyon, I don't give a fuck. You're not cool. You're a loser. And we're calling you a loser. Everybody call Canyon a loser. No, we have no respect for adult men. You're a man, right? Adult men that stoop this low to talk shit. What was I talking about, too? I was talking about something really cool, right? I was talking about how I lost my money. Which, it's somewhere in here, man. I think it's just, I think I emptied my pocket out and I put it over here. I'll find it. It's just I don't have the light on. Let's go look real quick. But then I was talking about building the wagons. No, they're just trolls. Don't engage them. I feed their addiction long enough to use them to get more views, and then we ignore them, and then usually they get very, very angry and they blow up on me on the internet. They'll try any way they can to get back because they understand that they were the butt of the joke the whole time. That there's literally nothing that they can create, no single sentence that they could do to do anything, because they don't matter. So then they just start talking to themselves. Oh, okay, and nobody answers them. And then they realize they're just sitting there alone. Yeah, I totally lost my... Oh, no, I was smart. Look. I stuffed it right there because I couldn't find my wallet because it was right here under the buckhead. See, I was smart. I didn't realize how responsible I actually was. I underestimated myself. And none of you told me, but you could see, so it's fine. You did not strike a chord. People, can you tell them that I pick out the haters and I say exactly the same thing to every single one of them? You're just a name on a screen. I literally don't give a fuck about you. Ken, you are so sad. But these guys kind of came in just because I went off. You know, your eternity sucks. You were cursed and can't come back from it. She put a spell on you, brother. Do you still want to ride in my van? No. I have a car, man. Let's put my money in my wallet. So now I have $9, which should get me like a half. I could probably get this to full. Which means I could go back. But they gave me food, so I don't need to go back. And now I'm gonna... Should I do it now? Or should I do it later? I got the shovel and the ice pick. And because I'm very grateful that they gave me $20, I'm going to get all the ice that's frozen. There's like probably an inch sheet of ice covering a good portion of this place. So when I decide to go off live, I'm going to put my headphones in and break all that shit apart. It's what your neighbors know me as, molester. So you were inside a church there or a house? Yeah, I'm outside a church. I've shown you physical evidence at this point that when I don't stay in the church lots, there's so much crazy shit going on, and it is literally demonic. Like, I woke up 2 days ago and I saw a demon in spirit, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I look up and there's somebody twitching and smoking crack next to the car. I hit record and they take off, and I have that recorded. Then about 20 minutes later, somebody pulls in a red truck and they're twitching the same way, and then I hit record and then they take off. And I'm like, what's going on here? And then, and I feel it, literally feel it. If you go outside long enough and you stay outside long enough to let go of all the bullshit you've created and settled into, you can actually start to gain an awareness of the electromagnetic spectrum. And you'll be able to gain your sixth sense of the perceived changes in the electromagnetic spectrum, which is actually the activation. All your senses are just changes. You get cold because of the change in the temperature, not because it's cold out. So when it's freezing, I don't get cold because it stays that same temperature. But when it's like 40s down to 30s and going back up and down, then you're cold. Your taste buds are the change from your taste buds. So your sixth sense is when you become able to perceive it, you can perceive the changes in that. So I perceived the changes, and in that stimulation I saw it. And then I felt it yesterday morning, or maybe 2 days ago now, and that was 4 days ago, where I felt it again on my right side, and then I look up and someone has draped a t-shirt over their window with a demon that says, "I'm back." And it's an empty parking lot, except for this one car right next to me, and the person is staring at me through the window like this, head leaning down, and then they're twitching at me like this. And then I have another video of me saying I woke up and felt peace, and then I felt the demonic presence, and then look, and then the car goes by slowly, pulls in, and it's a clown car full of addicts. And as soon as I hear in my head, "You have authority over demons," so I'm like, what the show yourself. And then 3 of them, and it's not loud, it's just like, show yourself. And in 2 cars away, you can't hear anything. They wouldn't be able to hear me. I can't hear them, and they seem pretty loud. They all go, "Ugh." And he's like staring at me through the side of the door like this, twitching. and then he fucking does a bump on his thing, and then I do it again, and then they all get out, and there's like one goes in to steal, one of them crawls under my car and starts fucking smoking crack. Two of them are doing bumps, and then they all just fucking. But then when I record them doing it and I show that I like keep talking and I focused over here, they all went and they pulled back towards me. And I've shown so much of that in my channel about how I can make the crows start cawing and stop cawing with just my mind, that I can make the birds go brrree. But you interior people don't understand, and you've been programmed to think that that's weird and wrong when it's not. It's what every single culture except the child-eating pedophile Jesuit black rock worshipping government programmed you to not believe and told you that that was wrong because it was science. Science is right and that's wrong. And then literally Jeffrey Epstein in his last interview said, you know, all of us at the top level are starting to realize that science and mathematics were never right at all. And that's why society isn't progressing, because we've outsourced our spirituality to science, and science was wrong the whole time. But that guy raped kids. You know, he was mad with power. You don't have to rape kids to start to be curious about what's actually going on around you and entertain new ideas and look for a truth. And that's why when I put a Bible out in the woods 5 times in 5 years, and I said, hey, if spirit is here, can you flip the Bible open to a passage with the wind? And then I leave it for 10 minutes and I come back in Jeremiah 33 every time. Which is basically like, call to me and I will be there. It seems more likely that we're an orchestrated creation from a divine intelligence than any other explanation. Because even if you go down the science route, we're still an orchestrated creation from a divine intelligence. To be a multicellular organism that's functioning, that's divine intelligence. Because we're not managing our bodies. I'm not even really conscious of me telling myself to eat this food, and I'm not telling my body really to do it. It's just I don't need to sit in my mind like a command center and pilot myself like a mech to do it. Is what I'm saying. I don't need to tell individually every single cell, and I don't even need to run a program on a computer to execute the lifting and moving of my arm. Yet, there are trillions of cells and dozens of different organs and thousands of muscles and hundreds of bones. Just saying that there's another layer of that unconscious functionality of our everyday life that we just aren't able to perceive because we only see 0.00001% of the electromagnetic spectrum. It seems more likely than not. In case you are church people ever unwelcoming. In New York, I saw it. They're never unwelcoming, but they're more like they understand I'm not going to church on Sunday. They understand I'm not trying to become part of their congregation, and I'm just a random stray character that wandered in. So they feel an obligation by their religion to help, but personally they're not really interested. or they're busy, or there's other stuff going on. Like there was a guy who was, he wasn't a part of, he was the administrative person at the church, but he wasn't religious. He was just hired by the church because of his skills. But he still, when I gave him the wagon idea and I told him about what I'm trying to do, he still was just kind of shooing me out the door. But eventually I was like, fuck, if he's going to be dismissive like this, I'm going to drop my indisputable proof and my allegories that sort of are like a beneficial spiritual parasite that you can't escape from and will help you ascend to a higher level of consciousness in harmony with, like as a co-creator in creation of your reality. I will embed them with a seed. And when I did, he fucking, whoa, and he gave me $10. Because he believed in me. Because I said something, and what I was inspired to say was something spirit knew that would hit him. I'll like go on the rant and I'll say something unconsciously that gives them definitive proof that there's more to life going on. And it validates their questioning of reality, even if they have a stern sort of settler into something where they denied it. Like when I have conversations, we'll be casually talking, and then they'll be impulsively guided to say something, and it will just impulsively come out of them, and it will be the exact same sentence that someone else had said to me hours before, and they both said the same exact thing the same exact way, and the tone dropped to the same exact frequency. So it was one of those things where subliminally it was like a key unlocked, and then he woke up and realized, oh shit. And usually they like look down and realize that they've gotten, not that guy, but in general, a lot of people realize like, oh shit, I was really unconscious for a long time. I wasn't taking care of my body. I wasn't making active decisions towards progress. I wasn't working hard on anything. I had settled into this cycle of cope. And that's why I had forgotten. And then when I come in with like, and everything could be oh my head, it reminds them of all the things that the world beat away from them. So when you find that, do church people ever called you crazy or anything wild happen? They try vehemently to deny it. But then I'll tell a story and I'll ask them if it's in the Bible, and they're like, actually, yeah, it is. And I'm like, that's just everyday life when you leave society, I swear to God. And it's because I don't go in and tell them exactly my belief. I tell them the story and I ask them for an explanation for it. And then they always figure it out. And they're like, oh shit, yeah, it's divine orchestration. It is God working in your life. Like how I have the intuitive feeling of a demonic presence, and then I see an addict and then they run away from me when I feel the anointing and whatever, and I put them on the phone. And then it happens again an hour later. And then the next day the exact thing happens, but more obvious, more exaggerated, and more crazy, just to cement that that's what they were trying to get through to me. Whatever was doing it somehow guided that person to my car, specifically out of all of the different parking lots, spaces in that parking lot, all the different places. And something guided him not to use this t-shirt or this t-shirt, but the one with the demon on it that says, I'm back. And then he hangs it from his window, and it looked exactly like the demon that I saw the day before. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes I can make the crow stuff. Like, I tried to show Eric. Like, Eric had pulled up, and he was in the Sprinter, and he's a Leo 4. He's always meticulously doing something. And I'm there like, you want to see me make the birds go with just my mind? And he's like, I don't care. I tried to show him like 4 or 5 times. I literally knew when I could feel consciously when he was trying to use the Leo gravitational whatever to literally pull my consciousness and try to micromanage it. I felt him trying to pull my peace away and then order it to do something. So I looked up and he was staring at me like this. And then he went, come over here. And I was like, I literally saw you do it before you did it. I could tell when the universe puts me in alignment, gives me this little bit of focus, and buries me in pain. So I'm suffering and I'm like fighting and it's terrible. I know that when that happens, it's because spirit doesn't want me to communicate what I have to say correctly to my ex. So my ex always calls me when I feel that way. I don't know if that's all the shit going on in her life that I suddenly take on because she's reaching out for a connection, or if it's like trying to stop a twin flame or something, or maybe it's that she really doesn't deserve what I have to say. She doesn't deserve to get to know me, or it's because if I was my best self, we'd probably end up together, and we're not supposed to be together. So Spirit really doesn't want me to. It was like after she cheated the first time, and I don't know if there was any other times, but she cheated on me once, and she said that Harry Potter Dementors attacked her in the car. Afterwards, after that, it was like even though she was the most attractive girl I'd ever seen in my life, and I really loved her for a long time, it was like I could not be attracted to her at all, and it just slowly, like, I began to resent and hate her, and then I didn't even want to have sex with her. And I was like, I was a sex addict before. All I thought about was sex. And now it's like, I literally can't. And I always thought that it was a problem with my masculinity. Like there was something that maybe I felt emasculated because she cheated or something. But then when I got away and I went and saw other people, I was definitely a lot more afraid, or like it was harder. I had spent years in that to like get back to where I was before. But it was just fine afterwards. No matter how much I wanted to, my body physically couldn't get close to her. And then I found out, oh, the whole time she was talking to 5 guys. Spirit, my ancestors and Spirit were not letting me get more invested in that. Literally wasn't. And then when I start to feel it again, like I can't function and that I'm trapped, she calls. And she lies to my face. But there's a twin flame thing there. There's this actual beautiful connection, this twin flame revival, where I know that behind all the bullshit, it's actually really special. But I don't either. Something spiritual won't let it happen, and I'm grateful for that. But I can tell who's trying to reach out to me a lot because they're always trying to gain a connection. Like narcissists enter my life all the time. These people are not narcissists, which was why it was so like uncomfortable for me, because they really had no power dynamics. They were really humble people. They had no none of that entered the space. So then I was left with like, fuck, what do I say? I'm so used to like managing, walking on eggshells and mirroring narcissistic behavior back to keep them from like putting this attachment on me, and that just wasn't the case anywhere that has to do with them. And everyone that I see at churches, mostly, like 90% of the people that I met at churches are like that, where they don't have it. And that makes me really uncomfortable. Because then I'm like, fuck. I only function if I'm on a mission to do great things. Like if there's a pause and I know that this would be where you do small talk or make a joke, like I can ask them about their life or ask them questions or talk about the stuff that they want to do. But usually it's just like, you know, they talked about homesteading, and I could have been like, oh, how do you like having chickens around at your place? Or what was it like before when you lived in the city? But the first thing that was like needing to come through was like, oh, I can go to for free. I will just go to your place and build a microgreen farm and help you start a small business where you just plant seeds one day a week in a storage shed with a grow light. And then on Friday, you have microgreens that are worth a lot of money that you can just take to health food stores and local restaurants and pick up some cash. You want to see more videos, the stuff like crows? Look up Casey O'Brien, everything you need to know about crows spiritually. Trust is the problem because they always flip a switch, only time tells. Yeah, they do get hijacked. They do be like, because a lot of people that are like chosen ones or whatever, or people that are just under spiritual attack, that shit does go with you. And other people, they're not supposed to have to deal with that stuff. They're not ready to deal with that stuff, and they shouldn't deal with that stuff. So it is like, it's terrible because you're like a walking war zone. That anybody that comes into your life now becomes a soldier in that battle. And a lot of people tend to flip. They become turncoats, and then they just become accidentally infested by the demonic energy that's trying to use them to attack the chosen ones. I don't like the gang stalked individuals and the chosen ones that are like spiritual narcissists that like make a big deal out of it. I'm just like, it's an unfortunate truth that I don't want to deal with, but I happen to be stuck in, and I'm just working on not letting it get to me and learning more about it. I don't say I'm a chosen one. God has made me for this special purpose, but I'm like, you can't dispute that my name, my astrology, my numerology, and my Bazi all represent the exact same themes of the same story. And you can see that same exact story in the collective consciousness through content creation. The most famous people in the world, and the best people in their field all have the same set of names as in the reoccurring names in the Casey story. And you can tie that back to all of those different things were things that I dreamed of doing when I was young, that I wanted to be in the position they're in, only to have it not work out, and then experience all of those different things I wanted to be in life through them from my phone, exalted on a hill, growing from horrible circumstance on my adventure. Like, I used to practice stand-up comedy, and I would go in and tell jokes when I was in my Dodge Magnum with a little rocket ship with a ram on the dashboard. And the way that I would do it was just like riffing in real time. I was going up and just trying to be funny and make jokes and everything while I'm traveling around. And then after the car is gone, 6 months later, Casey Rocket blows up, and it looks exactly like how I used to act. Like the thing that made Casey Rocket famous, and the style of how he spoke, the jokes that he would go to, the way that he spoke, the things that he did, it was exactly the same as I did. The way Queso yells at the video games is the way that I would with my cousin when I was little. The way that Kai Cenat would dance and talk to people, same way that I used to do it. Like Kai Cenat invented getting sturdy. But I used to dance like that, man. Like when I would be like trying to, the way that I talk like this, I used to do that, but I would kick my legs around and fucking do it. And you can see that the way Kai Cenat moves when he's getting sturdy is the way that Casey Rocket riffs. So just trying to explain that led me to the acacia tree and the 1133 and Cernunnos or Loki and the 33, the Ouroboros. And then I watched Loki, where Loki, Ouroboros, and Casey get together to defeat Casey, Kang the Conqueror, and then Loki sacrifices himself and becomes the tree of life, the acacia, at the end of Loki. And Loki has a mighty spear that's his scepter with the power, the space stone in it. And one of the reoccurring names is Loki, Gary, which means mighty spear, Casey, and OB. And my dad's name is Gary. And we have tons of the Cernunnos stuff. But then I had a girlfriend with the same names. And then my dad lived at the end of Hummingbird Lane. And he would be going in circles there, kind of struggling. And then there was a completely empty, abandoned ski resort. And the only person that would go up that ski resort was the guy who would manage the sewage place. And while my dad is like processing a lot of heavy stuff as a Leo, and I naturally felt like I think he was taking on more than, he was just getting a lot of shit and processing a lot of shit that I think wasn't his. I think it was attached to him. The guy at the top of the ski resort at the mountain opposite him was named Gary. And he worked at the shit plant. So the only people in that area were two Garys. The guy that would walk around in circles processing the karma of other people with eagles and hummingbirds, and a quail would follow him around, and he had two dogs. And then there was the guy who would sit alone and process shit up the hill, named Gary. And my last name's O'Brien. When my dad got that triplex with 30 cabins and a 4-story barn, the first family that moved in was Brian and his son Brian and his wife Danielle. And then my sister came back. My sister lives in Alaska, and she's 11 years older than me. And I only met her once. She moved in for a little bit with her kids, who are mixed. They're black. And her name's Danielle. So it was 2 Danielles, 2 O'Briens, and 2 Bryans. And I say all the time that Aaron and Dan go like this together. So when I went to the shelter program, and you could say Aaron means Ireland, but it also Aaron is AA, so 11. But Aaron and Dan in my life go together all the time, and Casey, Dan, Aaron, and Casey. So when I first went to the homeless shelter, the two staff that would come make jokes with me every day, and they would hang out with me when I was reading the Game of Thrones series in the room upstairs, was Aaron and Dan. And then when I got out of that and I went to the institution where I was locked in a tiny, tiny ass, like smaller than a broom closet, fucking barely fit a bed, and I was locked in there, when I would go on my visits with my family for half an hour, I would watch Game Grumps, which is Dan and Aaron, and then I would go back into that and I would think about what I thought was funny about them, and I would try to recreate what I liked about Dan and Aaron. And then I would tell the jokes and stuff, and I would learn pickup artistry from a guy named Evolution Daily on YouTube, and his name is Aaron, and his assistant's name was Hunter, but that's Sagittarius, Hunter. But then when I broke down in the center of Vermont, the only people that helped me was a Casey and a guy named Ray, and Casey's brother's name is Dan. And then here, I got here because I was told to come here by a guy named Dan the other day. And then when I come here, the kid's name that was there, if you saw him, his name is Aaron. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that reoccurring thing that I can see that pattern there, and that helps me cement the truth of divine orchestration, which allows me to keep my attention dialed to higher dimensions. So my experience gets really terrifying all the time, and I don't know how to manage it, but I try to just have fun and make jokes and trying to get buff so that I can get back to what I used to do, which was, I loved women, man. I love talking to girls. That's all I loved to do for a long time. I love to create. I didn't even like philosophizing and making art. I just loved going on dates. And then God took it from me for a long time. So I'm trying to, that helped me get into the music more and get into artistry more and see the beauty of life more. I think I went mad with power with the skills, and I slept with 26 girls. And I cheated on one with 10. So I needed the break, I think. Because I wasn't even enjoying it anymore. Because I was on antidepressants that make it, your whole experience is just cut off. You can't experience any of life anymore. But then without the antidepressants, because I've been on antidepressants since I was 7. And I got off it in 2020. So it's been hell trying to like learn all the shit I should have learned when I was 7, but I couldn't because I was cut off from feeling it. That was tough, but the birds helped a lot. The animals helped a lot. There's now a raccoon that hangs out around here, which is pretty cool. Casey Rocket, you think he relapsed? Maybe. All the people that I met, all these different Caseys that lived out their dreams, they don't like it anymore. Queso says he's kind of too old to be streaming. Kaisenat quit. Casey Rocket pretty much quit. Cassius Culpepper doesn't want to be famous anymore. Kendrick Curry, I don't think he even makes content anymore. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, he got really fucked up from what he did. Kurt Cobain killed himself. All the dreams that I had of this worldly stardom and creating something that changes the entire world never ends well for those people. And they end up just going back to living like this. And they all look back and wish that they had had more of this experience, because now they're trapped in that experience. That's why they have to climb Mount Everest and go like backpacking through the Himalayan mountains, and they have to go to the Nepali coast and travel through Colorado and go on these massive hikes all the time. They have to get away from it for as long as possible in order to get this perspective back. So this would be the most perfect life, what I'm doing right now. But I got to experience all the things I wanted from life, and then I got to see all of them fall off and say that it sucks. But granted, they have a lot more money than I'll ever have if I don't do something. I know GG33 was a Capricorn snake. So of course he fell off and was replaced by Sneeko the Virgo, and they had that big altercation on the last day of the year of the snake, because Sneeko's a snake and GG33 is a snake, and on the last day of the year of the snake, Sneeko became the top G and got his YouTube channel back after they took it down, because he was talking about that place in the Middle East, and that the Bible says God will smite, by the way, because he wasn't happy with their behavior. And then GG33 had become a manager for Fresh and Fit, and the ego got to his head. The unhealthy Capricorn, he got more fat. Instead of losing the weight, he got more fat, more arrogant. Even though he's a 33, he really fucked it up. So at the end, he was sitting at a successful, like a fancy restaurant with a guy he didn't even like very much, and then Sneeko walks by, and he's one of the biggest content creators. Even though GG33 had been saying he was hexing him and doing all this evil stuff to him with his Masonic power. And then Sneeko walks by and just like, hey, are you still trying to kill me? Why don't you lose some fucking weight, fatty? You're a piece of garbage and you're a liar. And then GG33 loses it in the middle of the street in Miami and is just screaming at Sneeko like a crackhead. And Sneeko's like, really, bro? And then Sneeko walks away. Which is the Virgo is the Sagittarius without the fiery momentum. It's the Taurus and Capricorn, I think isn't Virgo the fixed sign, the more stable, stagnant sign? Or is Virgo the mutable sign? Because if it's mutable, that would be more evidence of why Sneeko and GG33 had that interaction, and then Sneeko was the one that left and the Capricorn was the one that stayed. Because the Capricorn was in the fancy restaurant behind that place with his power, and the mutable sign was traveling through. But they were both earth signs, which is why they were button heads all the time. And that's why Andrew Tate just kind of was like, this guy fucking sucks. I'm doing all this because he's a Sagittarius. But the Virgos were like holding that grudge, and that was a big part of their narrative. And that's why Andrew Tate has the orange Bugatti and Tristan has the blue talisman, because they're Cancer and Sagittarius. Because it's really not that complicated. It's just they hid the information from us so that we wouldn't know that this realm has themes and it's a creation. Virgo is mutable. That's what I'm saying. And they're both snakes. So that was their year. So Sneeko became the top G because his whole story was trying to be Andrew Tate for a long time. The Virgo was looking up to the Sagittarius because the Sagittarius was Virgo, but with more wisdom, more knowledge, more competence, and they were braver in their fiery momentum. So Sneeko really looked up to the Sagittarius. I think Boone is also a Virgo, and that's the same kind of thing there with Boone. So then Sneeko became the top G after losing his YouTube channel, losing his content, and losing everything he worked hard for the past 10 years. And then in the year of the snake, he got it all back when he learned the humility that he didn't have because he had become a successful YouTuber too early in his life. So now he's on the next 12 years of his cycle. And GG33 basically brought numerology back. Even though nobody likes GG33, you got to admit GG33 was the guy who pioneered numerology again. As the 33 life path, he did make a change in the world, even if he made a change in the world through like embedding Zerka and me. And also, I was trying to hang out with John Michael all the time. John Michael. And we couldn't because there was a guy named Gary, and his last name is G, and he's the third, who kept fucking with us shit. He kept like stalking us, sitting outside my apartment, messaging me at 3 a.m. And then people would come to me and say, he's fucking beating your ex-girlfriend in public. He's like pushing her to the ground and shit. He's screaming at her at the park. And then I go to her, I'm sitting there freestyling, making music with my brother, and then God says, you have to go to this place right now. So I go there and I walk in, and one of my other ex-girlfriends is there and says, hey, he's best friends with my boyfriend, and he's an abusive piece of shit, and he won't leave, and I'm kicking out. I broke up with that guy, so now he has to go, and they're both sitting there, and he's fucking throwing shit, he's violent, he's loud, and he's fucking beating his girlfriend, your ex. So I went over there, and I was like, did you put your hands on Chloe? And he's like, freaking out at me, whatever, and he's like, you want me to call her? And I was like, yeah, sure. So then she pulls up, and he wants to get right in the way and be like pressed up against me while I talk to her. And I'm like, that's not how we're doing this. So I'm going to go around to the passenger seat and we're going to go for a drive. And then right when I'm about to get into the car, he fucking runs at me with his hand in his pocket. And I'm like, I see the hand in the pocket and I see him running. So immediately I grab his neck and pin him to the fucking car. And then I wait for 2 seconds for him to do anything if he's going to move his arm. And then I let go and I'm like, and he's like freaking out. I'm like, I just rescinded. You know, let go of the fight, whatever. And it was just like, I'm going, I'm done. And then I turned around and was like, stop lying to him through the window. Because she had been cheating on him with me. So GG3 was fucking me up and ruined a lot of moments I could have had with John Michael. And then you find out that John Zerka got really fucked up because he was getting too close to GG33. And I was in Zerka's Discord and talking to Zerka directly for a while. Making my jokes and like having fun, whatever. And through that, he distanced himself from GG33, which helped his career and helped him personally. And GG33 had to find another host to latch onto. Yeah, Boone thinks he knows everything, man. Which means that there's a high chance that he'll use people. But he's also, there's a little sensitive boy in there somewhere. He did come on the live just to like brag that he had a girlfriend at the time. And then I think she broke up with him that night. I don't think he's ever kissed a girl. But Boone's pretty cool. And Boone lives really close to where Queso lives. And he lives really close to where Jesse Wells lives. So Boone was watching my content, and then all of a sudden, Queso and Jesse Wells started making the same message that I was making. Queso literally, as soon as I got done, and I decided I'm no longer going to make Cooking with Casey videos for the time being, the next day Queso does a stream where he does Cooking with Queso. And then I made a song called I Miss My Mom, I Miss My Dad, I Miss My House, and what we had, it ain't that bad. 'Cause I still have it all in here, and I can go back anytime that I feel sad. And then Jesse Wells drops, I miss my mom, I miss my dad, I miss my friends. You know? That's the truth, and that's wild to witness. You can literally see me make art, and then you can see the global consciousness get the art through other channels. I create it, 33 Life Path, 11 Acacia Tree with the roots, and then you can see that the thing that I create comes out of other Caseys, or people with like a strong relationship to the Casey story. Like the names all line up and the astrological placements all line up. And Boone, when I would play like the last cycle, so I just went through 2014 to 2026. The cycle before that, I played tons and tons of Fallout New Vegas all the time. And my favorite follower that I would keep at my side was named Boone. And he was a sniper. So the Virgo meticulousness, and he wasn't a runner, he wasn't active. So it wasn't the Sagittarius where you're like running into battle with like the gun. He was the stay in one spot and get him, like the Virgo. So I was like, if Boone one day becomes like Casey's friend and we travel around together, in the next cycle I'll literally have what I did when I was Boone's age. So you can see why when I say I have these breakthroughs where I'm like, nothing feels real and I don't know what to do. I see all this stuff, plus a lot more that I don't talk about, because I say if I don't have enough evidence to speak on it, I don't. Hayden is beast at Rainbow Six Siege. He makes money from it, hosting events. That's dope. Jesse, I bet he's trying to build a PC, and that would help him a lot. To build a PC and have a home gym. And then that'll give him skills that will translate through the age of Aquarius to managing properties. And then he gives the money back to the people. That's great. He's trying to buy a PC. That's great. By build, I just mean make a custom one with like a good graphics card, 2 terabyte hard drive, RTX. I think it's like 5070 or something. 128 gigs of RAM or something. If he was a Taurus, I would say that he should make a YouTube channel. But a Virgo gamer would be more of like a more competition based. And it would be evident of managing the system, basically. Yeah, upgrade process speed. He will have one, but at the end of summer, working with Brian, grass cutting. That's great. I wouldn't want to add to him. If I can get a job, I want to give you guys as much money back as I can. Or maybe like, should I not say anything to Brian and then just one day, like you find out what he's really trying to do, if he's really trying to demolish and take the garage down and pave that driveway? And then should I just show up and pay for the garage and the driveway? But I have this strong sense that he wants to do it all himself, and that would be more rewarding and beneficial to him. At some point, I'm going to get you guys the money back. I don't know if it'll be like a one-off thing or like a Christmas bonus or something, or yeah. But be honest, was there ever a time where you would send money to me that you needed? Because I don't like that. I don't like God let us give to you for a purpose. I mean, you did go from after you started donating, he did have a successful independent business that he named KC. The initials for his business are KC. I just saw the word carpenter. Maybe I'm supposed to be a carpenter. You felt honored to give it? Yeah, but I worry that it took from your family. I don't like that. Like, I don't feel good about when I open my Cash App and see that there's money in it. I don't feel good about it. But I'm like, I really did exhaust my options here. There was nothing I could do. Even now, with the birth certificate and the car and the shower and the hairbrush and the toothbrush, they're still not hiring me. Every place has now hiring signs, but they don't hire me. I walked into a place with a now hiring sign, and they just said, oh, we forgot to take it down yesterday. Domino's didn't get back to me. Tomorrow, when the sun is out, the phone will be able to register without the glare the picture of the ID. And I've already done the background check for a different FedEx, but I'm hoping that because this guy knows me now, it's not there's more of a relationship than just an application. He might be more willing to let me to bypass that and just hire me. But maybe FedEx, even if it is he's a contracted person that's running the business for FedEx, maybe he doesn't have that ability because of corporate. There's a KC Landscaping here, and they built an RV camper site out back of the church. I love it there, how it's a big family. There's a KC Landscaping there, and they built an RV camper site behind the church. And where do you live? Yeah. You think we'd have a better society if everyone worked a job they loved? Or just more time to do the things they love. Like, a lot of countries are running fine, but they're not progressing as fast as they could, giving people mandatory 4-day only work week. But crime is down. All crimes are down in those places. Violent crimes are down, rapes are down, because everybody's able to have fun and they're enjoying life. Immigration isn't an issue, because most people go there for opportunity, and if they don't enmesh in the community, they at least get the ability to go somewhere else. When you make immigration something where you come here and get trapped, then you're going to have a problem. When you make them the enemy, then you're going to have violent crime. Like, immigration in Ireland wouldn't be a problem if it became a funnel to get them to a point through working as Ireland as a corporation, and then allowing them opportunities to get to different places. Like, some immigrants might just be there for 20 years and then they'll go back to the home country once the war is over. But if you make them the enemy, the Islamic people that are going there are going to be like, we have to take over this place and destroy it. But if you say, hey man, respect us and we'll respect you, and then you actually give them opportunities to stuff. Ireland is the most educated country in the world. The people there are the most educated people in the world. In terms of like relative collective intelligence. They're the most educated people in the world. So of course they're going to be dealing, like the Hopi have to deal with problems on their mountaintop. That they say they deal with global problems in a small, controlled, ritualistic community. Ireland is another one of those things where they're dealing with a global problem. And they're fighting, the people of Ireland have been fighting for 2,000 years. They're just one level after the next level after the next level after the next level. So they become the most educated. Now they just need to become the most physically big and the most educated, and they will have repaired and gotten back from Vikings and English and all that. I don't see how Ireland has such a big problem with immigration. But I guess I get it. I'm like, yeah, Islam also hates the people that colonized Ireland, but also to them it's like another person is showing up to colonize us. We have another invader on our island. Every 1,000 years we get a new one. But I'm like, maybe the point of the Irish is that perseverance, and then everything that comes to them was a gift to enhance their genetics. Or maybe they're just, God is stacking up more and more problems for them. I don't know. Islam is the only place in the world that hasn't had a relationship with Ireland yet. Actually, they did. If you go back far enough, the Middle East was buying the Irish sex slaves. So the people that go there from the Islam countries don't understand that dormant in their epigenetics is the same dormant DNA in the Irish genetics. Because of the Silk Road, which turned Indian people from dark skin with nappy hair to light skin with straight hair. Because of the Silk Road from the Irish. And the Viking sex trade, where they would kidnap Irish people and drop them off in the Middle East. Oh yeah. Yeah, Demon Hunter's from the same place this other guy is. I think there's a lot of good things that can come from immigration. And I think that everybody is individual. So I think the world is just working out systemic issues and controlled experiments. And at the end of the day, it's going to be necessary for the future of civilization. So they're just working out the kinks, I guess. So these two, you guys are my most active chatters, and it turns out you spent a lot of time in the same place, and you're both very close to the same name of a landscaping company. Badiamin Soul. What does that mean? And also, what is your name? So I don't have to try to pronounce it every time. I think this is a sign that there's something going on with that Casey landscaping in that church. I think you should spend more time there. And guess how much I made in donations? Nothing. I got no donations today. And I don't know, these streamers, like, there was just a girl that she was high on drugs and fucking like out of her mind. Basically, like, she couldn't even read the comments. And I watched her make $400 in an hour. Your name's Pale? That's pretty cool. No, she said Pale. My bad. It's a mashup. Body, mind, soul. Bod, diamond, soul. I'm tired, man. It's midnight. It's 12:12. Bucky. I should eat this yogurt before it goes bad. They gave me a spoon for the yogurt, but I dropped it somewhere. Are you a guy, David? You go by David a lot? How is Ben? And Haley's got a whole career going. I think she works in a psych ward or something. Which is very stressful. That can weigh anybody down. He's doing great. Is he a freshman now? Ben is about to be in 6th grade. Oh shit. He's 3 years younger than I thought he was. I miss Ben, man. I don't want to go back until I'm buff and I have a bunch of money. Once I'm buff and have money, then I want to go back. Because I don't want... I hate yogurt, man. But I need food. Yeah. Ben's probably gonna have a girlfriend this year. His first girlfriend. His first kiss. Everyone I grew up with had their first kiss in 6th grade. Mine was at a park, like at a playground after school. And then my first real kiss was the next year in 6th grade on top of a Ferris wheel. It was Cece. Her name was Cece. Because her first and last initials were C. So people called her Cece, or 33. And then she broke up with me for fucking a guy named Hayden, who was a foot shorter than me, but he looked like JFK. And he had a lot of money. So I'm assuming he's probably related to JFK. And she would sit next to me and she would brag about how her new boyfriend is going on all these trips on planes. And I'm like, And she hated, the thing that pissed her off the most about me was when I would erase my stuff on my page, I would do one layer really lightly and then I would go back and do another layer of erasing and another layer. And she was like, just fucking, and she took it and fucking, to get it off in one thing. I feel obligated to build a home gym behind where the garage is once the garage is gone. Like put an actual building there. I'm seeing more like one of those new modular homes that you can buy and have it delivered to you. It's like a nice looking box with a window. I'm seeing that but then that becomes an office and a gym. No, I'm not. I like girls, man. It's just how I'm made, I guess. I just don't talk to them because I'm waiting till I get buff and have enough money in my pocket to do things. Like, it's just not as cool as it sounds to be a dirty bum. It's alluring at first. Like, a lot of uptown girls like dirty bums, but there was a lot of other issues I was dealing with that made it like, where afterwards I was like, I don't like how this feels. I'm more like a vagabond now, and I'd rather become a cowboy. Girls, girls, girls. Bradley has a girlfriend named Ella. He's 5. What the fuck? He calls her his girlfriend. I don't like that. I don't like that. What the fuck is he seeing on his phone? Somehow Coco Melon gave him game, and I'm like, where the... You never know. Like, when you're scrolling, the camera knows how old you are. It's watching you. So people are finding a lot of kids that scroll, if they just like sit behind the kid and watch them scrolling, eventually they'll get this random ass, really weird, obviously programming thing. He has 2 older brothers. Oh, is Hayden in high school yet? Mm-hmm. 10th grade. Oh, he's a sophomore. Has Hayden had a girlfriend yet? Did he go to homecoming? I like Hayden a lot. I like Hayden and Ben a lot too. And Brad, do you know what year, like what Chinese zodiac Bradley is? I think he might be a dog or a rooster. He didn't go to homecoming. I don't know if he's ever had a girlfriend because he never tells me. Mom, stop. Because I think Bradley and Haley are Geminis, and then Brian and Ben are Capricorns, and Hayden's a Virgo. I'm pretty sure. Tell me what Chinese zodiac is Brad? Ella? There's a girl that lives somewhere nearby here. Metal Rat. Oh, he was 2020. Damn, Metal Rat year. The 2020 Metal Rat year. That's chaos. That's discipline over emotion. But chaotic. Yeah, he's gonna be a stone cold pimp. He's born in the middle of COVID. Damn, so I met Brad when he was 1. I don't think he had even turned 1 yet, did he? Or I was probably there for Brad's birthday. No, because I left like April, May. Before he was 1. I remember that every time I felt sad, or like I was taking life too serious, and I accidentally like converted the energy of the space to be a bit too stern, on accident because I was just like hyper focused and traumatized. Brad would go, ah! and fucking shake all that shit off. Like a rooster. Your granny is doing black magic right now? Why? Kick her down the stairs. He keeps you grounded. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be the one that takes all the wisdom from your family and then makes something of his life from it. He's not going to come up in the struggle. He's going to come up once you guys reach success. Like, he won't... The earth signs are there to build the kingdom with Brian, and Bradley's going to grow with the kingdom there for him. What? What? She's putting fucking Hiram McBiff in her grandpa? She's possessing grandpa's body with different spirits because he's checked out? That's fucking disgusting. And she has the books and she's doing it like a real practice. When you go to her place, she's got like the altar with all the different herbs and shit on it. What the fuck? Are you serious? Because I know some old ladies that be doing shit like that. Then they live in nice houses. No, I cast that bitch down with judgment, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck that Satanist bitch. Fuck you. You're gonna fuck. It's like she's like the thing from It, where he's like you hang out with her and then she comes out butt naked, 2 feet taller, and screaming like a monster. Fuck that bitch. Take all of her food away. Hide all of her food so that she's forced into fasting, so that she has to meet spirit again and remember that that's not the way. Got his shrine and trying to bring him back to life. They do it, man. Have you guys heard about hazing rituals? Like the elite's children, when they go to their fraternities in college, they practice the same rituals, and they all get together at the bottom of the frat and do like hazing, which is like blood magic, sexual traumas, beating the shit out of each other and screaming in pitch black darkness, like clawing at each other, allowing the demons into their vessels. And then you see them, like, I saw a video of cops that went into the fucking, they got a noise complaint and the fire truck came because of something that happened, and they went into the basement and there was just 30 half-naked dudes in there covered in blood and shit in the darkness. And I'm like, those are the people that are going to be, those are all finance business majors from the wealthy elite. That's the upper classes children are doing that. I thought it was just like camaraderie, but it turns out it's a cult. And the girls love it. They will love going to frat houses because of the demonic entities inside the people. And the access to wealth and power. Like, those people go on to become judges, politicians, like business, corporate people in high levels. Those are the people that run the world. And then their buddies who become like high school teachers, gym class teachers and shit. Local judges. There's a lot more of them in schools than people realize, man. I don't know for sure, but I shook hands with somebody at a high school and they did the Freemason thing. When I shook their hand, they did the Freemason tell. And that person hangs out with your kids. Somebody's kids. There are 20,000 Satanists in South Africa alone that they found. Where Elon Musk is from. The biggest known congregation of Satanists are where Elon Musk was from. What are you eating, bro? Somebody gave me a Greek yogurt. I didn't want it to go bad. And they gave me a rotisserie chicken. And they gave me $20. So I looked for the most amount of food I could get for the least amount of money. So for $6.99, I got a 4 pounds of pierogies. And I was going to leave tonight. But they said that there's no young people here. And they've got like a driveway full of ice here. So at some point tonight before I go to bed, the snow comes around 10 o'clock tomorrow, I'm gonna break apart and shovel all the ice here because they have an ice pick and a shovel. So I'm gonna, like the last place gave me 20 an hour to shovel. They gave me $20, but I'm gonna do about $60 worth of work for them. Elon Musk is white. He doesn't count. You can't be a Satanist because you're white. Who do you think invented Satanism? Africa invented Christianity. White people invented Satanism. Jesus was black. The people he was up against were white. Elon Musk said he was an alien. People make a joke about it. He also put on the Baphomet armor. Mr. Beast has Mr. Beast is broke, but his business is worth $1 billion. All the money he gets, he puts back into the business, supposedly. I doubt that's the case. I bet he has a lot of money, but he's also trying to heal Africa right now. He's trying to get 40 million people water for the next 40 years. He keeps an even handshake. No dominance over the other. I don't put any energy into the hand. Like, when I try to shake somebody's hand, I try not to feel their energy at all. But then they're always overbearing with their handshake. And I always feel after the handshake like there's too much of their energy connected now. And I'm like, oh, I don't think we should be shaking hands anymore. No more dapping up. I just kind of do like this. I'm like, yep. Where I just kind of hit their hand and then leave. Okay. Fasting sunlight probiotics. Put solar panels on the hillside by your property. If you have one, get a solar panel. Get a chicken coop with some chickens. With eggs. Eventually get a microgreen farm. Home gym setup. I think that for Heather specifically, for some reason I really feel like, I don't know, would it be too expensive? Like if you paved over that driveway, I don't know, but maybe just getting the grass off of the, I don't know, I kind of like the grass there. I just feel like there's going to be something that, like, they shut the world down with COVID as practice. There's going to be something else. We're going to have robots. You guys are in a great position there. I worry that it would come to a time where a bunch of people migrate in and block the town off if shit ever hit the fan. Because it's out there and it's I think there's only 3 ways into that town, right? Unless you go the other way through the power lines. And then that place, But also, like, if there is a mass migration where people have to get away from the roads, they're going to be, your place is now the front gate to the access road up into those, because above your place, it's all empty up there. It's a really cool place. I would love to put a cabin up there and try to talk to the town management about putting a place up there or something. But I always have this feeling that needs to be more fortified. Like, it needs a retaining wall. That whole hillside needs to be replaced with those giant blocky stone blocks, the giant ones, and have a giant retaining wall right there that goes down with a fence. Because I have this weird feeling that there's going to be a bunch of natural disasters like storms, like rain is going to get more out of control every year. We're getting more and more hurricanes, and I just really feel like that hillside is going to erode a lot. And that there needs to be some type of preventative measure to make sure that it doesn't all just fall down the hill. Like, I don't know, maybe, I guess it's up to Brian, but I think it'd be really satisfying to, at the end of Brian's life, because he was born and he grew up in that house, right? I think it'd be pretty cool to, at the end of it all, to have cleared out the old house and have it replaced with this castle looking thing. Yeah, my neighbor before he died said a stone wall would keep it in place. R.I.P. your granny. What's up with these people's grandmas, man? The last person talking about their grandma said fucking she was doing spell work on her grandfather. Doing witchcraft. I think someone should regulate the use of weather generation machines across the world. I mean, at some point it might be like we have these aircraft carriers in the sky with giant fans to just push the storm away. Or you have like this chemical dissipation thing, like how you put lithium in a star to make it evaporate. Like, they probably already have the chemical reaction that makes the rain fall. So they'll just send a drone up there to activate the cloud to make the rain fall in the way that it needs to. You bought it with an equity loan for $25,000 from his parents or grandparents, or the stone wall. From his cousin Jeffrey. Jeffrey, but also George. George and Jeffrey mixed together. They have electrodispersal planes that displace storms. That's what I'm saying. That's what it's going to be like to prevent these hurricanes from destroying the world. Natural disasters are going to get out of control. There's going to be huge mass migrations into where Canada is being built currently. Like, a lot of people are going to leave Texas and Florida and California, and they're going to move inland and up in elevation. And a lot of people are going to be moving to northern Canada because the oceans is going to get worse and the hurricanes are going to get worse. But that might be 100 years from now. That might be 200 years from now. But I think West Virginia is safe, because that's where the homesteading community, that's where the new world is being born right now, is in the mid and Appalachia. You're gonna drive with me. I'm gonna go take a shit. I'm gonna go get $1 soda maybe, because they have a gas station here where you can get an extra large soda for $1 in Vermont. That shit would be $3.50. Hope I don't get pulled over for the headlight. I don't know how to replace a headlight. I don't know. It must be a fuse broke. The snow on top of it melted and fucked up the fuse. And it's all happening on my right side. All the people that fuck with my car are, it's always that side. I kind of know where the gas station is. It's a Boy Scout camp right now. I live 1 mile from the summit where the president is supposed to have a bunker. Oh shit. Everybody that I meet that travels and has traveled for a large part of their life say that there is definitely something special about Vermont. Vermont does, like, I think they have access to higher vibrational energies naturally, which means that the people that are bad people, they have to do a lot of mental gymnastics to be bad. Like, there's definitely a huge, like a large percentage of the state is a bunch of pieces of shit, but it's a lot harder for them to be pieces of shit there than in like Connecticut or New York City. Something just feels different about the space now. The whole world feels different. And it could just be because we're at the tail end of Aquarius, so we're at the highest vibration. And then we're going into Pisces. And then it all resets. So we've just exited the year of the snake. So we're transitioning into the horse. We're in the horse, but the tail end is just leaving of the snake. We've all shed our skin and changed. And we're in the next cycle. But the astrological season hasn't changed yet. That cycle hasn't stopped yet. We officially enter the new world, I guess. The software update and everything. March 20, like around March 20th. Like the game is over. The 2025 game is over. And we're just in the transcendence to the infinite now. Like all the wars that I was fighting, all the petty drama, all the things. I don't even feel like... The last cycle for Casey was all about trying to figure out why everybody treated him so bad. And today I was like, I thought about going on Facebook and messaging them and being like, was I really that bad? Was it really that bad? But now that I've learned so much about life, I can understand that it was bad and that they were also just kids and there was just a big difference between us. The way they handled it wasn't great, but you don't really need to say anything about it. I don't know, I'm parking up here next to this. Okay. Let's find my wallet. And we can find out if there's a microwave in here. Dude, look at my lanyard. I gotta cut that shit because I forget that it's happening and it falls out of my pocket. And I just have this tail I'm dragging around. Dude, these muck boots have no traction. I use the other door. Who is she talking to? Howdy. Do I get a discount for having a cup? Thank you. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Do you have the cream black and milds?
Yeah, it's gonna be one second.
Oh, I got you. Oh, their bathroom's locked. I be on stream all the time.
Black and mild, want one?
No. It doesn't look like you have the cream.
No.
It's alright. Any way I could use your bathroom?
No.
Alright. You know if there's last question. You know if there's anywhere that has a bathroom open right now? That's what I'm saying. That too. Alright. Dude, there's nowhere to use the bathroom. Everything's closed. But it's meant to be that it's not you, it's me. You're leaving now for my own good. It's cool, but if my friends ask where you are, I'm gonna say she went down in an airplane, fried getting suntan, fell in a cement mixer full of quicksand. Help me, I'm no good in the night. She met a shark underwater, fell and no one caught her. I returned everything I ever bought her. Help me, I'm all out of lies. Ways to say goodbye. She met a shark underwater, fell and no one caught her. It's a girl, and that girl is in a truck. And the truck has the Punisher logo on it with the blue, which means kill people. It says it's a bunch of fucking radical right shit, white supremacist shit. And it was a woman that was smoking crack, or it was meth. It definitely wasn't weed. We're just gonna take a little bit of a drive. I don't even know if we can, bro. The wheel bearing is fucked. I have to shit. If I don't shit now, I'll have to shit in 4 hours when Cumbies opens. But it's not like the shit is screaming to get out, man. So I think it'll be fine. I just like suddenly had to shit for a second, and then it went away. She met a shark underwater, fell and no one caught her. I returned everything I ever bought her. Help me, I'm all out of lines. Ways to say goodbye. Oh, you hear that? That's fucking... The tire's gonna fall off at some point if I don't fix it. But now there's a snowstorm, man, so I'm gonna be stuck here for a few days. I will not have enough money to drive. It's like 100. It's 20 miles there, 20 miles there, 20 miles there, 20 miles there. So I'd have to drive 80 miles. What's 80 divided by 3? At least $15 just to get one way. And then when I get there, okay, they're saying my headlight, a car flashed me saying my headlight's out. Understood. Maybe both headlights are out. No, because I wouldn't be able to see. I wouldn't be able to see shit. They were also probably warning me that there was a cop around. Because the cop has been hanging out outside the church, wondering what I'm doing. And I'm certain that they drove by and saw me helping out at the church today. That's a good warning sign that I shouldn't go down that road to the gas station and try to take a crap yet. Ways to say die. I mean, the universe is literally urging me towards the gas station, so I'm going to go to the other gas. And then I'm going to come back. What? That looked like... Hold on. Yeah, my headlight is out. Padiddle. Remember that live stream where my ex, my mom, my cousin, and probably my aunt joined within an hour of each other and were just talking shit on the internet about me? It's actually the stream with the most amount of views I've ever gotten. The most viewed video on my channel has it. And you don't think it's a simulation? That the one video that they felt called to show past I've ever gotten, that now they'll have to look back and see that Casey's biggest video of all time was the one that I decided to talk shit about him on. She met a shark underwater, fell and no one caught her. I returned everything I ever bought her. Help me, help me, I'm no good in the night. She got drowned in the desert, drowned in a hot tub. Me starting like a help me, I'm all out of lies. Ways to stay or die. Well, the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows all want the same thing, to rip and tear at your soul. So before the morning comes, something else can come and try and grab a hold and take control, and now they own you. But when I was just a boy, they all told me I was blessed, and something about me means I'm meant for success. Now they all talk shit behind my back, put a target, told the town I'm hooked on crack and that I'm messed up in the head. I need meds, 'cause I don't want to work a stupid fucking job and pretend I have. Oh, that's what they were warning me about. Oh. Well, I grew up poor in a ski resort town where we all make money by eliminating frowns, and I think it's kind of funny how these whites are so proud, but when the rich men come around, they all keep their head down and submit just like dogs. But when I can't get to sleep, I think of old folks' homes, where the spiteful little bullies cry until they die alone, 'cause the world they built by beating others only did them wrong, 'cause no one taught them how to love. And I hope that they see me on my Indian scout when I take their little girls on a ride around town, and they have to bitch to God 'cause the nurse don't care to hear them cry about it. She's on TikTok showing off her butt. And when they're on their deathbed, I hope that see my face when whatever tortures me shows them all the love I gave, trying to help them sing and clap along to my broken-hearted songs. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. And before they meet their grave and the good Lord takes them away, I hope the final breath they take is followed by a list of names, and somewhere along the way I get an I'm sorry and an island from their estate. And the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows will have another friend to follow everywhere I go. And I'm so grateful for them, 'cause without them I wouldn't have ever known the value that I hold. Well, I hear voices in my head. It gets worse when I get out of bed, and I don't trust that I'll find a love who understands. So leave me be, let me smoke my cigarette, 'cause deep inside I'd rather be dead. 'Cause I make choices that lead to dead ends, led by a mind afraid of itself. Irish. Yes. And I just can't find. This is a foul one. This poop smelled like a cry for help from my intestines. One day I'll have a dog. I don't know. One day I'll have a dog. I don't know. I'm starting to feel like dogs kind of suck. Dogs. I'm starting to get it. I think dogs have gotten too educated and they're like too conscious that having them around is literally like having another person around. So it's starting to get like really weird how people have like, maybe some people might be too close to their dog. Because because when I get high, I'm like, that dog is completely conscious and aware of everything. Dogs are much smarter than people realize. They're much more conscious than people realize. If you get to 124 miles per hour, you become invincible. I drove my car 90 miles an hour into a telephone pole. And I was taken from my original reality and placed in this one with you guys. You want to see my Duke? Well, you can't. Check it out. Automatically flushed. What you said? Which ancient incarnate Celtic god do you fancy yourself? Sarnanos? Sarnanos, then Morrigan, then, but maybe Sarnanos Dagda, then Morrigan. I don't know. I hold Dagda and Lou at the same level, and the past 2 years I've really started to like Morrigan a lot more. But it's always been Sarnos is the OG in my life, man. I've had people tell me that Dagda, like one time I needed a jump start and I couldn't find anybody. And then some guy walked up and said that Dagda had told him that morning that he needed to drive an hour and a half to me to jumpstart my car. And I needed the jumpstart. They're playing Stick Season by Noah Kahan. Halfway through the drive because your voice trailed off exactly as you passed my exit sign. Kept on driving straight and left our future to the right. Now I am beneath my anger. Memories that I can't face. Memories. The smoking weed does not replace. And I am by the weather because I see you when it rains. Travel, but there's COVID on the plane. Now love Vermont, but it's the season of the sticks, and I forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault, cause I don't like to play the victim all drink. Oh, cause my friends come home for Christmas. Fucking cappuccino is a medium cappuccino is $4. So I said, no way. Have a good night. And thanks. There's 2 cops that are pulling that car over. That car is pulled over in the middle of the road. I got pulled over just for the traffic light, or the headlight. So it's looking to me like the cops are out because they have to meet a quota in order to leverage for raises. When they do that, the road pirates are out hunting for money. So I'm actually gonna come back late at night, like maybe in the morning, and then I will park, break apart the ice, and then I'm gonna fall asleep in the back, wait, and then when I wake up, then I can shovel. But I'm not going back that way because that whole strip right there, all the cars have been warning me that the cops are out hunting for money. It's like the end of the month, they need to make their quota, and they didn't make the quota for the week or something. So they're looking. So I'm gonna head this way. I'm gonna go until my phone reconnects where I get out, because it's really spotty service. So I'm gonna go until it starts to reconnect a bunch, and then I will end the live, listen to some music, and then I was supposed to clean the car out today, but instead I went to shower. And then when I was gonna clean the car, people showed up, so I didn't want to clean the car yet. What does this say? Great floors for less. And there's a cop right there. They are everywhere tonight. There are cops. They are running rampant right now, which means that it's got to be the quota. Do you guys like the AI videos? I'll keep doing them. It was pretty funny. So many of the Casey haters have been blowing me up on social media recently. Something about the past few weeks really pissed them off, and they know that I've muted them. So they're getting pretty mad about nothing. And I'm like, I don't even know you, man. Just move on with your life. Passing a place called Arin, spelled A-R-I-N. Oh fuck. They don't take care of the roads here. Oh no. That's not good at all. Oh fuck. Where I'm trying to go. I went the right way. I'm starting to get the hang of things. What's the difference between a Baptist church and a normal church? What's this church? Methodist. Planet Fitness just tried to take $30 from me. Yeah. Good thing I'm broke. I know where I'm going. I'm heading southeast, and then I'm going to go southeast and look for, basically I'm parallel to that same road, but there's no cops. So I'm going to back around until I hit the intersection by the highway, and then I'm going to turn back around to get to the church. I really wanted to make clothes for a long time, and then I met somebody that really wanted to make clothes, but then the guy kept going off about how he's only there for his dreams, he's not there for my dreams, and this is his house, his machines, and not mine. And it was like a really big deal to him, even though I had just casually mentioned it a couple times, that like, it's really cool that I came here and we both have this dream of making clothes. Oh, I have a dream of making clothes, you're not involved. So I left. After he tried to shake the fucking scaffolding while I was up there trying to help him because he had a bad hip. Because I was unscrewing an electrical socket hanging off the curtain tie or whatever it's called that connects the roof together. So I was on this big scaffolding, and then he wanted to move it like to the left, and I just had one more screw left, so I just was like, no, just let me do this. And he's like, you'll still be able to reach, but I would have barely been able to reach, and I probably would have fallen. So then he got really impatient, even though it took like 10 seconds to do. So he started shaking the scaffolding, and I almost fell. So I just didn't say anything, got all my shit, and just left. Because there was a good chance I would have fallen 2 floors, because there was a giant hole in the fucking floor. So I would have fallen 2 floors down right onto cement. And that plus chucking my lighter at me and shit. Saying, is this your lighter in my fucking chair in my fucking house? Even though he's not legally allowed to live there, and it's a garage that he's renting for $2,500 that he can't afford to pay. Like, he's either going to have to pay for his truck or he's going to have to pay for the garage. He's going to be stuck between both. And he has his own land 45 minutes away. So I just said fuck it. And the guy was a really whiny baby for a while, and then he just acted like nothing even happened. Kept making it all about himself and how it was such a big deal that he was helping me. And I'm like, stop making it such a big deal that you're helping me, man. It doesn't make you seem any different, doesn't make the community like you more. You also did he was building a shower when he got there. Did you get a electrocuted? No. You were born in 1989? Yeah, I was. How'd you know that? I'm just very, very